3374, runway 24 left at wait, line up and wait if you're able to. If not, runway 24 left at Romeo, line up and wait and start 3274.
I will have a wait at 24 left at Romeo, good.
Sky 3374, RNAV Delray, wind 240 at 10, runway 24 left at Romeo, set for takeoff.
Set for takeoff, runway 24 left at Romeo, show 3274.
Now Delta 2975, Delta 2975, LA Tower, pulling an Embraer short final, 1230 at 10, runway 24 right, clear to land. 24 right, clear to land, Delta 2975.
Yeah. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. BTS. It's
Delta 2096, waiting for 2 more departures of the South Complex. Runway 24 left, line up and wait.
Runway 24 left, line up and wait.
Okay, Station and Echo without delay, please. At Victor, cross runway 24 left, turn left onto Echo, ground point 65.
Alright, cross 24 left, left onto Echo, ground point 65, 7,
Sky 3374, contact SoCal departure today.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Allison, don't let me forget. I've got a bunch of letters I need to open up. Alright, what am I doing here? How about we start?
Delta 2096, RNAV Delray, wind 240 at 10, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Delray, 24 left, clear for takeoff.
Delta 2975 at Victor, cross runway 24 left, center ground.
At Victor, cross runway 24 left and then over the ground, Delta 29.
Delta 2096, connect SoCal departure today.
Departure, great case, Delta 20.
Alaska 1142 LA Tower, waiting for heavy departure off the South Complex, crossway terminal, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
24 left, line up and wait, crossway terminal, Alaska 1142.
Flight X2223 LA Tower 1230 at Niner, runway 24 right, cleared to land.
24 right, clear to land, runway 20.
We'll start. Passing 12121212.
LAX 142 RNAV Delray, 1240 at H, runway 24 left clear for takeoff.
RNAV Delray for the takeoff, report left left.
Visual 1267 LA Tower, number 2, 1250 at Niner, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Afternoon here back in the beautiful Los Angeles, California. And I'm your plane jockey Kevin back here at an Imperial Hill here on April 22nd, 2025. The rumors are true. Your plane jockey is officially 5.0 here today. 5.0, a new version of Kevin has just been released here today. Thanks you guys for tuning in. We'll be here with all the south side action. Of course, we'll take a glimpse at the north side as well. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. I'll lower the audio just a little bit. I can barely even hear myself in the microphone. So should be a good day. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Good to be back here in Los Angeles, California. We just had Porter, the E2, coming in from Toronto. Looks like it's heading to the beach. Not a bad day for the beach as well. Got sunshine, hardly any clouds, little haze, nothing too bad. Of course, we got Korean Air.
Flight 2223 at Victor's Cross, coming 24 left now,
Flight 18 that will be heading back to Seoul.
Victor Cross 24 left, contact ground on flight 5, that's 2223.
The A380 Super at the gate there as well. As we wait for more action to get started here on the show. Juliet Echo becoming a Emerald member here today. That is all the way to the top. Juliet Echo, thank you so much for your awesome support there. Our friend 757 Chip with an awesome $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Chip. Says happy 39th birthday, Kevin. I'll try to be kind to you today, but no promises. Thank you, Chip. Awesome support from our friend Chip. Thank you, Chip. Gengar J with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Gengar. Says today's fun fact: in 2020 at an airport in North Carolina, a man was sitting on a toilet on a tug that was towing a plane. Happy birthday, Kevin. As Paul Harvey would say, I want to know more to that story. Interesting.
United 311 LA number 2, 1230 at Niner, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Sitting on a toilet. Very interesting. Thanks, you guys. All right. So, Porter looks like it's sitting over there at the beach. Not quite sure if a gate is ready, though. I'm looking at Terminal 6, and I don't see any problem with gates. Of course, today is the day that Hawaiian has moved from the West Gates, no longer at the West Gates. I think a lot of people are super excited about that. Now, Hawaiian is now out of Terminal 6, along with, well, Porter, Air Canada, and Alaska. Speaking of Air Canada, 737 MAX 8, rolling down to 25 right. So I think a lot of people are happy. They no longer have to take that long walk. We've done it. We've done it once with Hawaiian from the West Gates. You do, when you do fly Hawaiian, you know, you fly into the West, or you go into the West Gates. You have to go under that big tunnel and collect your bags at Tom Bradley International. It is quite a walk to go get your bag. So I think a lot of people are super excited. If you're going to Hawaii, that no longer is something you have to do. Terminal 6, much easier to jump in and out of here at the Horseshoe. Dust Off 6 says, well, Kevin, if it makes you feel better about your age, I was 30 years old when you were born. Boy, oh boy. I talked to my mom, I talked to my dad, I talked to my Uncle Bill, who lives there in DC. They all said, I can't believe you're 50. I said, I can't believe it either. Tell me about it. I said, the good news, Adam the other day there in San Francisco said I looked 40. So I'm going to act like I'm 40. Let's go with 40. Well, my physical therapist back a few months ago said, you kind of look 36. We'll go with 36. 36, 40. I could deal with that. See, Delta A321 Neo arriving here on the south side, 25 left. Should be heading up there to the north side.
Southwest 1064, like runway 24 left, line and wait. 938 Heavy on visual 4 right. United 38 Heavy, number 2, 1230 at 10, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Runway 24 right, United 38 Heavy.
You pricing Southwest 1064, RNAV.
The Delta A321 Neo coming from Orlando, flight 504.
Takeoff, RNAV Delray.
United Airlines flight 38, a flight coming from Tokyo Haneda, 787-10 Dreamliner, number 2 for arrival on the north side. Also, Delta Airlines in the BCRF livery, flight 446, will be heading to Atlanta, Georgia, 767-400ER. That should stay there on the south side. You'll certainly get a shot of it taking off. I think since we have a little downtime, as we're waiting for some more action here, I did go to the P.O. box this morning. A lot of you guys said, make sure you go to the P.O. box before you do your show here, Kevin. And lo and behold, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards at the P.O. box this morning. And I have them right here. Zardak. Let me think. They all say happy birthday. Let's start with the one on the top. All right. Ooh, it's all sealed up. This is from our friend Nancy. Nancy Needles. It's a very thick envelope here. Our friend Nancy from Michigan. Fellow Michigander. You guys in Michigan, you never forget birthdays. You never forget birthdays. I I forget. I'm a horrible Michigander. Nancy says, one day you're young and wild. The next day you're jamming out to the music at the grocery store while choosing which fiber supplement to buy. Oh boy, is that what I have to look forward to, Nancy? Kevin, I didn't want to send you a card that's too old or sappy or mean, but you only turn 5.0 once unless you're like my dad and start climbing or counting birthdays backwards. 50, not 49, 48. I like that. Either way, happy birthday. Here's to the birthday party for you. Love, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. Oh, another envelope. Happy birthday, Kevin 5.0. Oh, look at this. A bunch of gift cards. Starbucks, Subway, and the Cheesecake Factory. Thank you so much, Nancy. We will certainly put those to use. Thank you so much. All right. As I let our first takeoff happen here. All right. Thank you, Nancy. All right, let's go to the next one as we are waiting for more action here. I'm not seeing anything super great going on. Oh, this is from Christina from Melbourne, Australia. Thank you, Christina. Nice blue. I love the blue envelope. That's very nice. Favorite color is blue, and that's a nice royal blue. I like that. There's some glitter on this card. It says, wishing you a happy birthday, sending a greeting on this very important date because it's your birthday and it's time to celebrate. Happy milestone. To my friend, the plane jockey, Kevin, hope this special birthday is a wonderful page in the story of your life and hope it's just beginning of many more amazing things to come. Wishing you a happy 50th birthday. You are a wonderful, hope you have a wonderful day. Happy birthday, congratulations from your good friend, Christina in Melbourne, Australia. Thank you so much, Christina. I'm gonna have glitter on my hands for the rest of the day. It's like we're having a celebration here. Thank you, Christina. Chip. Uh-oh, Chip. All right. Tell you what, hold on one second here, Chip. We do have a heavy arriving on the north side. Looks like a Delta A350-900. Be the next arrival on runway 24 right. Spot the ANA Future Promises Dreamliner sitting there on the north side of Tom Bradley.
We are over 32 right. Still 1715 LA 10 o'clock, driven by heavy Airbus 350 on the approach.
All right, let's get back to the cars. I promise things will get busier here at the airport. So I want to take this opportunity to get through the cards while I can here. From our friend Chip, Youngstown City Limits sits above the card there, if you guys can see. Youngstown. Is that Youngstown, Ohio? Ah! Chip! Says, I don't think you can go there anymore. Just kidding. Happy birthday, 757 Chip. Nice card there, Chip. I like that. Youngstown. No longer. You can visit Youngstown's. Thank you, Chip. Thankfully, there's still Youngstown, Ohio, I think. Margie, there in Michigan. Our next envelope to open. Margie putting a little yellow happy face on the back of the card, or the envelope. Thank you, Margie. Another fellow Michigander. I'm telling you, you guys in Michigan, you really know how to remind yourselves about people's birthdays. I'm horrible at it. I really am. By the way, my dad and I, it's his birthday as well. Happy birthday, Dad, if you're watching. Larry. He is 78 today. Hope I got that number right. I think I got that wrong. 77? No, 78. You told me it the other day, and now I think it's 78. Anyway, all right. Big old 50. Thanks for the reminder there, Margie. Oh, jeez. Oh, the wind blew. $100 to $50 bills. Thank you so much, Margie. That almost flew away, and Rita is not here with her quicker picker upper. That would have been really bad. Oh boy, let me put that in my pocket before it flies away, Margie. Thank you so much. Kevin, your 50th birthday is the perfect time to reflect on the wonderful life you're living. It's a time to celebrate and enjoy everything you work hard for and feel proud of. And most of all, it's a time to remember how special you are in the lives of those who are so happy to know and celebrate you. Happy 50th birthday. Sincerely, Margie. Enjoy. Thank you, Margie. That's a very nice worded card there. And thank you so much for the awesome cash there. Thankfully, I caught it. That would have been bad. I would have been screaming for Rita. Help! Rita! All right. Now, this last one is an international post. This is coming from, our friend Christina. We got two things from Christina. Well, thank you, Christina. I'm keeping an eye on the action. There's really, Avianca just landed. Oh, no, I feel really bad, Christina. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Christina says. Now, how did that end up? The postmark on this is November 4th. No. Well, I'm confused. How did this get here? I think this was delayed, Christina. Well, to my dear friend Kevin, I'd like to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Looking forward to meeting you and Rudy at the end of the next year, 2025. Love from Christina in Melbourne, Australia. Well, your card arrived, Christina. I have no idea why that took so long. Well, thank you. Well, we're celebrating Christmas and a little birthday action here today. Thanks, you guys, so much. Thanks for tuning in here today. I promise we'll get more action here at the airport. Avianca A320 arriving here on the south side. Looks like it's also heading possibly to the north side gates of Tom Bradley. The Delta A350, they're on taxiway Kilo. This is flight 8 coming in from Tokyo Haneda. All right, our first takeoff is the flight heading into Seattle, Washington. Alaska Airlines flight 1237 to 737 at 900 ER. Green Air, flight 18, 747-8, now pushing back. That will be heading to the north side, of course. We do have MSC Air Cargo, flight 1356, coming from Anchorage, 777 freighter. Will be our next arrival here on the south side on 25 left. You guys were talking about the Christmas card. I'm telling you, I've been to the P.O. Box many times since Christmas, and that was not there. Don't blame me. I'm glad it finally showed up there, Christina. If you're watching, it took some time, but it made it. Oh, there's Christina. I know Christina. That was last year's Christmas card. The good news is it made it. That's all that counts, right? Took a while, but it made it. that special livery, Delta 767-400ER, and the breast cancer awareness livery taken off, or the Breast Cancer Research Foundation taken off there on the north side. The 767-400ER. The flight is heading to Atlanta. I think I got the ATC on the wrong side here. Asiana A380 Super also pushing back. It's the flight that will be heading back to Seoul. Let's head over and get the MSC Air Cargo 777 freighter about to touch down here on the south side at 25 left. Not sure if this will go all the way to Lima or not for a go-long. This 777 MSC Air Cargo is operated by Atlas Air. Do need to flip the ATC. I think we got it on the north side. Doesn't look like it's slowing down for Lima. Going all, I'm sorry, for Alpha 8 going all to Lima. Gotta go long here. It's a beautiful livery on this 777. There we go. Making a right-hand turn on the Lima, so that will be heading up to the north.
Roger. Sorry about that.
Northeast side of the airport. Alright, so we got a lot of action between Lima and Kilo. Next takeoff here on the south side is Alaska Airlines Flight 1360 heading to Cabo, 737 MAX 9. Alaska also announcing that they are going to be canceling the LAX flights going to Nassau in the Bahamas, as well as Dulles. Those will be eliminated. Those will be cuts made by Alaska, I believe, in the fall and the winter. So no more Dulles non-stop flights and no more Nassau, Bahamas direct flights on Alaska here at LAX. MSC Air Cargo heading up to the northeast corner of the south complex here at LAX. I don't know why they are
3333, taxi hotel.
cutting back here at LAX. You know, they still have the Reagan National nonstop. Maybe it was just low demand for their Dulles. I mean, they're up against some, well, they're up against United here at LAX for Dulles. Maybe just not enough interest to fly Alaska to Dulles out of LAX. Air Attack with an $8 super chat. Thank you so much, Air Attack. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Wishing you a good one. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Chelsea Miller with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Says holy moly, happy birthday, Kevin. Thank you, Chelsea, appreciate that. You know, holy moly will be officially a year old tomorrow. April 23rd, 2024 is the day Lufthansa made that Bach landing there on the north side. A year ago tomorrow. Can you believe that? Calvin with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Calvin. This is happy 50th birthday, Kevin. Thanks for doing the Tuesday show on your birthday. Well, my pleasure. You know, my mom asked me this morning, she's like, why are you doing a show today? You should be out enjoying your day, go see a movie, go have a nice dinner. I said, you know I won't do that. I said, everyone else is at work. I would rather come out here, work, and be with all of my friends all around the world. That's how I like to spend my birthday. Anthony Teal with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Anthony. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Welcome to the Half Century Club. See you there late July. Well, thank you, Anthony. Look forward to your visit. It's been a while. Hello, Rita. How's it going? What's that? Just fine. Ah, she had a doctor's appointment at 10 this morning. Well, good to see you, Rita. James with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, James. Says, happy birthday, Kevin. I finally became a member. Without a gift membership, the AVL community is special. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Keeping an eye on things here. Do we have some movement now on the Asiana A380 Super? We'll be heading to the north side. As well as Korean Air. 747-8 now on the move as well.
Hotel Golf Alaska 505.
Take in the older livery. I got the feeling we're going to be seeing that new livery on these Queens very soon. Of course, they still have the one so far, but they're working pretty fast on repainting a lot of their fleet. So we'll take this in. We'll take in the old livery. That's not the only Korean Air Queen with the older livery as well. We do have a cargo version now pushing back. That would be taken off here on the south side. As Korean Air Cargo Flight 228, 747-400ER freighter. Copa Airlines Flight 402 heading to Panama City, and a 737 MAX 9 will be our next takeoff here on the south side. Lots of quad jet action there on taxiway Lima, heading up to the north side. Plane Mania 27, the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. This is AirLinevideos is coming to Indianapolis. I heard about that. It's great for you guys. We'll be bringing in the A321 Neo or XLR, right? Just plain crazy. with a happy birthday cake super chat. Appreciate that. As well as Network. Thank you so much, Network.
And 1013 LA.
Oh, Network. Not only the cake. Well, we're having a party here today. Also, ice cream cone, some cherry pie.
American 3333.
Double cherry pie.
17, crossing 25 right, contact ground point.
And more ice cream. Thank you so much, Network. Well, look who it is, Charlie. Producer editor here at AVL with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Charlie. Says happy birthday, my friend. Numbers don't mean anything. And I'm right there behind you. Have a fantastic day. Well, so far, Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. So far, it doesn't feel any different. If that makes you feel any better. Thank you, Charlie. I'm going to keep Charlie busy in the month of May. So we have a BTS with a major airline coming up in a few weeks. Of course, I can't really tell you where we're going until I'm actually there. The day that I'm there, of course, I will tweet out and all that jazz of what we're doing. Though we did get confirmation today. We did get confirmation today. You know, hold on 1 second. I gotta double check something here. What is this? Special livery on this Copa. 10. I need Rudy here. Rudy, what does that say? The airline. Read it. You know Spanish? What does it say?
Papa 402, runway 25 right.
10 años? That's years. 10 years, right? I'm sure it's on flight radar. Let me look at flight radar here.
American 2143 LA Tower.
No, it's not. Doesn't say anything. Then it's just saying it's coming in from Panama City, flight 360, 737 MAX 9. That's all it says. Oh, on time. On time something. Must have been an award. Maybe 10 years in a row. Look at how empty Tom Bradley is right now. Oh, John Zoller says the most punctual airline in Latin America for 10 years. There you go, John. Thank you. All right, I was going to look at something here real quick. Speaking of Copa, that is our next takeoff.
Copa 360 Quebec, crossing 25 right, contact ground point 25.
Quebec, cross 25 right and with ground. Have a good one,
Copa. Heading to Panama City, also on a 737 MAX 9. We do have Japan, I'm sorry, China Eastern, the 777-300ER, heading back to Shanghai, now pushing it back.
402, contact SoCal departure.
Oh, we got a Singapore going around there on the north side.
25 right, 2143, clear for takeoff.
It's flight 1-2 coming in from Tokyo Narita, the 777-300ER going around on the north side. What happens when Kevin looks at a phone. Things happen at the airport. Go figure, things are happening at the airport. All right, so I do have confirmation. Last week of May. Again, last week of May. We're looking at a Wednesday, Thursday shows. That's how we do it when we go on the road. Wednesday, Thursday. So what day of the week is that? Well, let me tell you. A lot of people are asking me about what's going on.
Today, American 2143.
The 28th and the 29th. The 28th and the 29th of May. The 28th, 29th of May. We have got the go-ahead for the TWA Hotel in New York. I will be flying out there along with Charlie. Rudy cannot make it on this trip. I will be out there with Charlie on the 28th, the 29th of May. We will be live from the TWA Hotel. So again, May 28th, May 29th. We'll hope and pray for good weather. But there you go. Finally had the dates confirmed for our trip back to New York City. So I know some of you guys have emailed asking about the dates. I couldn't say anything until I got it confirmed. It's been confirmed in the last 24 hours. So there we go. 28th, 29th of May, New York, JFK, TWA. There you go. Eastern Airlines Flight 586 heading to Shanghai at 777-300ER. Asiana Flight 201, the flight heading to Seoul, the A380 Super now rocking and rolling down the 24 left on the north side.
Landing of running 25 left, Coordinator 2286.
2074, early carry clear in.
Radio?
2074, 25 right, clear to take off, right up dock.
25 right, clear for takeoff, RNAV Docker, Jeffrey 2034.
2201110. Hold short, number 25 right at Juliet.
425 right at Juliet, American.
Flight 201 heading back to Seoul. This A380 Super taking off on the door side. I'm running by 24 left. Should be seeing China Eastern starting its takeoff. We also have Korean Air Cargo, the 747. Looks like it is, what is it doing? Is it turning? It is turning on the 25 left. This is the 747-400, so it did have the option of 25 right. All right, so the Queen lining up should be the next takeoff here on the south side. So we should be seeing the Korean Air 747 taking off on the north side, lining up. It's flight 18 heading back to Seoul. So which one are they going to allow to? Looks like north side.
21, runway 25 left. Clear for takeoff, RNAV high.
Clear for takeoff, 125 left, RNAV high, for
All right, so flight 18, the passenger now rolling down to 24 left on the north side. The cargo 747 lined up on the 25 left, also given clearance for takeoff.
0110.
down to 25 left here on the south side. Jockeys during the 777, now starting its taxi down to 25 right. We have another heavy arriving on the north side. Also Philippine Airlines flight 113, the 777-300ER now pushing back from the west gates. Let's head to the north side. Virgin Atlantic Flight 7 coming in from London Heathrow. It's an A350-1000 next to touchdown on 24 right.
198 Heavy LAX advising.
United 198 Heavy will go. United 198 Heavy is fully ready.
Also have a United Dreamliner also beginning to take it off on 25 right here in a matter of moments.
Sorry, did you copy? United 198 fully ready.
The Dreamliner will be United Airlines flight 198 heading to Shanghai in a 787-9 Dreamliner. Air New Zealand flight 6 coming from Auckland, a 777-300ER, number 2 for arrival here on the south side.
198 Heavy, your departure frequency 124.3 for your 25 right, please.
Departure frequency 124.3.
Gabriel with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Gabriel. Says, happy birthday, Kevin. Funny, my wife and you have the same birthday. Have an amazing day today. Well, happy birthday to your wife. It's a good day. It's also Earth Day. Though I had no idea. I didn't know anything about Earth Day until I got out of Michigan. I had no idea. Sky Bride PSP with an awesome $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that awesome support. Says, happy birthday, Kevin. Thank you so much, Sky Bride PSP. Appreciate that.
1759 Charlie, LA Tower, caution, make service to Chalka, heavy 777 and 25 left.
25 left, clear to
We got that United Dreamliner lining up for a south side takeoff. Our friend Sarah, the real deal. Oh, I'm sorry, the big deal. Right, the big deal. She wants to be now called the big deal. The big deal. Happy birthday, Kevin. It's only a number. Enjoy your special day with what you love to do. We love watching the #1 Thanks Spotted stream. Thank you so much, Sarah. We'll see you in Boston soon as well. Appreciate that, Sarah. Thank you. RFI Nerd with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, RFI Nerd. Says, happy birthday, Kevin. You're only as old as you feel. Some days I feel like 50 then. What's that, Rita? How do you feel, Rita? Yeah? Well, that's good. I agree with you, Sarah. You're only as old as you feel.
Hotel for hotel right turn. I was 6277.
I'm not doing too bad here today. Usually after a long weekend trip and all the driving, I'm usually... What day of the week is it? Oh, it's Tuesday. So I don't even know what day it is anymore. Just keep on moving and grooving. All right, the Streamliner heading to Shanghai. New Zealand, the 777 just touching down here on the south side on 25 left. Flight 6.
United 198 Heavy.
fill up those gates at Tom Bradley. The whole west side of Tom Bradley is completely empty right now. Which only means one thing. Plenty of seating at PF Cheggs. You know, maybe that's where I should go for dinner tonight for my birthday. Just go buy a plane ticket, get it refunded eventually, and go have dinner at PF Chang's and Tom Bradley. Does that sound like a nice day? My luck, Rita, I'd go buy a $1,000 plane ticket, and there'd be some fine writing in there saying no refund. Sorry, sir. We can't get a refund on your ticket.
153.7, you're in 25 right. Clear for takeoff right to Docker. Just stop for 331, LA Tower, and 25 right, line 8.
Broadway 25 right, line up the way to 4331.
American 26, contact hotel departure.
323, what's on visual?
753, LA Tower, 25 left.
A321 with American heading to Philadelphia, flight 500. Actually, it was an A321 Neo.
Top 4331, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff, line up Docker.
Hard on Docker, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff, takeoff 4331.
I also have Philippine with its taxi lights on. It should be heading here to the south side.
SoCal departure, channel 6270.
Scott's gifting one Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Scott. Thomas with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Thomas. This is what's good, Kevin. I need some motivation and encouragement as I have a 10-minute presentation to give, pair presentation to my interpersonal communications class tomorrow at 9:55. Interpersonal communication class. Well, Thomas, I wish I knew what that was. I can give you motivation. Just do it. There you go. How's that? Thomas, best of luck to you. You'll do just fine. Singapore flight 1 to 2, the 777-300ER, the flight coming in from Tokyo Narita. Going around earlier. Next land on runway 24 right. Air New Zealand winning the crossover 25 right as we do have United Airlines flight 2728, flight heading to Denver, a A321 Neo taking off next.
American 2091, running 25 right, clear for takeoff, RNAV Docker.
RNAV Docker, clear for takeoff, 25 right, back to 120.
China Eastern 586 Heavy, LA Tower, 25 right, line up.
25 right.
927, contact hotel departure.
Alright, China Eastern soon will be taking off. ANA and the Future Promises delivery of the Dreamliner taking off there on the north side on 24 left. This flight heading back to Tokyo Narita.
PJ-10 Heavy, LA Tower, caution rate service Heavy 777, 2 mile final, 1011.24, runway 25 left.
Philippine will be heading here to the south side, still sitting there on taxiway Kilo.
Short, 25 right.
Hotel Juliet, hold short, 25 right.
And our friend Nancy Needles, Nancy back gifting 5 AirLineVideos live on memberships. Thank you so much, Nancy. Appreciate the card as well as the gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Nancy. Hope you had a great trip.
3549, 25 left.
And John Zoller with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, John. It says, Kevin, have an L of a birthday. L of a birthday. That just flew over my head there. Thomas back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Thomas. It's your birthday, Kevin. It's your birthday, brother. Have a splendid day. Soak up some sun. Oh, yes. Thank you, Thomas. Best of luck with you, Thomas. All right, we got China Eastern. The 777 up next for takeoff. Philippine heading down to 25 right. We also have a 777 now touching down here on the south side and 25 left. It is a 777 kind of day here on the south side. The Air France flight coming in from Paris.
Exit Hotel 7 or 9er.
We're going to take the 7.
That was 6277 at Golf, crossing 25 right, taxi Bravo, Charlie 4 Charlie to the box, line for ground.
All right, Golf, cross 25 right, and Charlie 4 to the box, guys.
So Blue 323 at Juliet, crossing 25 right, taxi off 175. Crossing 25 right, taxi for the Kilo 1.
I'm leaving crossing 25 right, Lima holding short of Kilo 1.
That was the flight heading to Shanghai.
Kilo 1 onto the ramp.
Eastern 586 heavy contact hotel departure. Rescue to uniform heavy, continue hotel to Lima, crossing 25 right.
We continue hotel to Lima and we'll just cross 25 right, uniform.
Uniform State gate number?
Gate 204, French uniform.
Rescue uniform at Lima, crossing 25 right, taxi left than Bravo, November 2, correct.
After the runway 25 right crossing, we turn right on Bravo, left on November 2, entry for the transfer to uniform.
Scott with an awesome $28 super chat. Thank you so much, Scott. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Great seeing you and Rudy again over the weekend at the SFO. Good to see you, Scott. Well, that was a beautiful weekend there at Bayfront Park, wasn't it? I have good news. We'll be back at SFO as well. Rudy and I will be heading back there first part of June. We had some horrible internet on Sunday, which is the reason why we had to end the show. For whatever reason, we were not getting our high speed. We were getting 4G, which was affecting both the BTS and the main show throughout the whole course of the day. And toward the end, it just got so bad that instead of putting you guys through, I know how annoying that is, where it goes in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. It can become very annoying. And instead of just having that continue throughout the course of the day, we just had to end the show. But I don't like ending the show like that. So I said, Rudy, I got to get back. I got to get back to SFO. I love it so much there at SFO. So Rudy and I will be heading back in early June. It will be the week, I think the week following the week we're in New York. So it'll be a lot of on-the-road trips coming up. Fiji, day 35900, flight coming up from Nadi, arriving here on the south side. Still got the Philippine 777-300ER heading down to 25 at right.
Caution all the way,
Air
25 left, clear land, sky left, 3549.
Both of those aircraft park. Well, I don't know. It looks like Fiji may be heading to the east side, but usually Fiji as well as Air France park on the west side of the west gates. All right, we're starting to fill in those gates there at Tom Bradley. Air New Zealand up first, will be followed by Singapore. Friend Joni, the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Joni. Says 50 is not old, it's an accomplishment. You don't look or think old. However, I still feel old but flattered being asked if I was your mom at the age a year ago. Happy awesome birthday. Thank you, Joni. No, you don't. No, both of us do not look like our age. That is for sure. Joni, thank you so much. All right, Singapore, the 777 at 300 ER, heading there to the west side of Tom Bradley. Rita, I'm starting to think I'm allergic to something in the ocean. Could that be? On Sunday at SFO, my allergies were killing me, and I took allergy medication. And you know what it was? The wind was blowing off the ocean. Saturday, the wind was blowing the opposite way, so it was not blowing from off the ocean. Today, all of a sudden, we get a wind. It's coming off the ocean. I was fine until that wind started picking up. Now I'm starting to think I'm allergic to the ocean. What's that? Yeah? Put my head in the ocean? Get right. Rita's saying, well, go to Dockweiler and get really close to the water and see if it has an effect on you. Could it be the algae? Could it be something spawning this time of the year? It's only this time of the year. Oh, well, look what's over there. Those poppies over there, or what is that? Those are poppies? Why do they look yellow?
That's what's over there.
I thought that was mustard plant over there. Well, my gosh. Awesome support from our legend, Shane, with a $1,500 super chat through PayPal. Jane says, happy birthday, Kevin. Have a wonderful rest of your day. My gosh, Shane. That is amazing support. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jane. I can't thank you enough. I really can't. I could be here all day thanking you, but we wouldn't get anything done. So thank you again, Jane. Amazing support from Legend Jane. A $1,500 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Jane. My gosh. I'll continue to thank you, Jane, but we got planes that are taking off here. Philippine Airlines Flight 113, the 777 at 300 ER.
Got 3549, still at Lima, 5 right, hold to the kilo 1.
Turn right on Lima, cross, 5 right, and what was the rest of that?
Lima, hold to the kilo 1.
Lima, short of kilo 1, Skywest 3549.
Philippine 113, maybe, traffic departure.
Departure, Philippine 113 today.
Thank you, Jane.
Tower Medevac, United 15
Thank you.
for visual southwest.
And Juliet Echo,
Medevac,
version 4.5, with a $50.50 super chat through PayPal. This is happy version 5.0 upgrade day, Kevin. Well, thank you so much, Juliet Echo, version 4.5. I'm version 5.0. Get that updates. Plug me in. Thank you. CPA 919 with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, CPA. Says, happy golden birthday, Kevin. Don't worry, I'm not too far behind. May be blessed with many more years to come. Thank you. You know, it is a blessing. You know, it is just a year. It's a number. It's just a number. But really, it is a day to celebrate another year here on Earth. And you can't take that for granted, right? Absolutely not. So I'm still celebrating I just don't like the number, so I call it 5.0. Just an upgrade. Version 5 of Kevin. Might be the best yet. We'll soon find out. United 757-200 taking off here on the south side.
Got a 2444 contact point. 2444.
That was United Airlines flight 2444 heading to Newark in a 757-200. Next takeoff, American Airlines flight 274 heading to JFK at A321. Do you have the Lufthansa Queen flight 456 coming in from Frankfurt, just 6 minutes out. They'll be arriving on the north side. Morgan with the super chat. Thanks so much, Denver. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Thank you, Denver. The LA Spotter. Friend Joe with the $5 super chat. Appreciate that, Joe. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Hope you have a great day. So far, so good. So far, so good. One of our great mods, Danny Dusseldorf, with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Danny. He says, happy birthday, Kevo. I like that, Kevo. Here's a little something to the birthday fund. Have a great one. Thank you so much, Danny. You can call me Kevo anytime. Kevo. Thank you, Danny. By the way, we have a theme. We came up, this is what happens when you drive in a car for 8 hours. We have a theme, we officially have a theme for the 24-hour live broadcast. A theme. Can you guys guess what the theme is? You're probably asking, a theme? What do you, a theme? Isn't it just a 24-hour live broadcast from the H Hotel? Well, a lot of you guys are coming out to spend the 24 hours with us there at the H Hotel. Numbers are incredible so far, and many of you guys still continue to book rooms for the 24 hours. So we have a theme. Some of you guys say for your anniversary theme? No. I should just tell you, since I don't think any of you guys are going to get it. There will be merch that will go along with this theme. Our theme for the 24-hour live broadcast high atop the H Hotel on June 20th through the 21st. Now, here, I'll give you another hint. What is June 20th? June 20th. Anybody know what June 20th is? It's a Friday, but it also has a bigger meaning as well. June 20th. I'll give you that hint. Let's see if you guys can figure it out with that. June 20th. Next takeoff here on the south side is Air Canada Flight 776 and A220-300 heading to Montreal. No, not a Hawaii theme. I think you guys are going to like it. Yes, summer solstice. First day of summer. First day of summer, you guys got it. What does summer, when you think of summer, what do you think about? Especially when you're a kid. Summer camp. Summer camp. We're officially calling this year's 24-hour live broadcast from high atop the H Hotel Camp AVL. Camp AVL. Yes, we're going to have s'mores And all of our mods that are coming this year will all be camp counselors. And they will all be wearing a whistle. Now, will you guys be wearing the 80s shorts? Hopefully you'll be wearing the t-shirts. So we will be having t-shirts, Camp AVL shirts. We're designing them right now. What I've seen so far looks really, really good. So Camp AVL, so we'll kind of have a feel of like you're at camp for 24 hours. So we're looking forward to that. So there you go. Camp AVL is the theme for this year's 24-hour live broadcast high atop the H Hotel, and we will have merch that will be released hopefully in the next week or so. And hope you guys all come with your Camp AVL official t-shirts for that weekend. Or I shouldn't say the weekend. Friday into Saturday. Don't bring your tents, by the way. It's no tents allowed. Sleeping bags, yes.
RNF Doctor 25 right, 10 Doctor 01. 71, 25 right,
On the way 25 right,
that is the flight heading to Montreal, Canada, on the north side. Next heavy arrival is the 747-8.
We're going to get one for
640 to Northern Hotel, hold with Quebec.
Hotel for Quebec.
That's right, Austin. That one time at Camp AVL. Remember the one time at Camp AVL? That one time at Camp AVL. Oh, that one time at Camp AVL. Oh, yeah. That was a great one time at Camp AVL. All right, Lufthansa Flight 456, the flight coming in from Frankfurt, the 747-8, next to arrive on the north side, 24 right.
Sterling 671, 125, grid 11, on our doctor, runway 25 right, take off.
25 right, on our doctor,
Last 6 was there, 25 right, hold on.
25 right,
Yeah, so you don't want to miss out the fun. And if you haven't yet, make sure to book your room for the 24-hour live broadcast. It's June 20th through the 21st. Should be a lot of fun. At Camp AVL. Avianca A320 arrival here on the south side.
There's 671, contact the person.
Neo heading to Vegas, flight 671, and then Avianca flight coming in from Guatemala City, flight 640. Next takeoff here on the south side, Alaska Airlines heading to Reagan National, flight 6, 737-900.
591, 25 right, full line,
Dodgeball.
Los Angeles Tower Horizon 2014 on the visual 251.
Horizon 2014 traffic. 2 o'clock, joining final for
David with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, David. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Appreciate that, David. Thank you.
25 left, clear land, we got that trip.
We got that Alaska flight heading to Reagan National, rolling down 25 right.
Make it turn to full shut of runway 21 right.
220 right to Hotel 4, right to Hotel 3.
2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2
91, wind 24011
Up
or now
next,
Docker.
flight also headed to Reagan National, American Airlines, flight 591, A321 NEO. John Zoller back with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, John. Kevin, please have an L of a birthday. It means the Roman numeral for 50. Celebrate. Thank you for explaining that, John. Thank you. Circle for a landing with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Circle for a landing. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Have a great day. We AVL viewers are delighted you do what you love. All the best. Thank you so much. Yes, of course I love being out here at the airport plane spotting. Of course I love being able to broadcast what I'm seeing through the lens to all of you watching all around the world. So it's a win-win. I've always said it's a win-win for you and I.
American 94, wind 3010 or now Docker, runway 25 right, takeoff. 25 right, close to takeoff, or now Docker, American 94, 591,
Switch departure 591 today.
And boy, did a lot of you guys come out to San Francisco Saturday and Sunday. Lots of you guys. So awesome to meet you guys. And I always tell Rudy that, you know, when we have that many people that come out and want to say hello, hang out with us, grab photos of us, of course they want their goodie bags as well. I say, you know what, Rudy, we must be doing something right. Right? We're doing something right if that many people come out to see us. So thanks you guys if you came out to see us there at SFO. We can't thank you enough. It was great to meet all of you. A lot of you guys we've met before. A lot of you guys we never have met before, including our friend Adam. Good old Adam. Being upstaged by a 9-year-old probably was the highlight of my career so far. Something tells me we'll see Adam again. Pretty sure. Maybe he'll come back out when we head back there in the 1st of June. All right, the Queen now making that right-hand turn onto taxiway Kilo will now head to the gates of Tom Bradley. Oh, we're filling up those gates pretty quickly.
Departure today, American 1994. Right turn,
And I just realized I never hit the top of the hour. I'm your plane jockey Kevin, back here at Imperial Hill just after 1 p.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Yes, the rumors are true. Your plane jockey Kevin is another year older here today. Officially 50. That's right, I'm 50. As we continue on here today, thanks you guys for tuning in. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. Share the stream with your family and your friends, and make sure your notifications are all up to date. Our next live broadcast will be Friday high atop the H Hotel. I asked you guys yesterday on our drive back from SFO if you guys preferred Thursday or Friday. It looks like the majority of you guys said Friday, please, Kevin. So if you're good and you're nice to your plane jockey, Kevin, we will do Nighthawk on Friday. A lot of you guys were talking about Nighthawk there at SFO. Kevin, when are you going to do Nighthawk again? We need some Nighthawk action. Please, Kevin, please. Nighthawk, which is nighttime plane spotting here on the channel. So next live broadcast is Friday, so look out for that. All right, the Lufthansa Queen making that turn, heading into the gates of Tom Bradley. Filling up those gates. British Airways to 777 to 300 ER. Next arrival here on the south side. Chris's flight coming in from London Heathrow. It amazes me that SFO gets 2 British Airways A380s a day. Yeah, 2. Speaking of SFO, this E-Jet heading up to SFO.
Right, Hotel 6, left on Hotel. Hold short at Julian.
United Airlines flight 2679 coming up from Newark, a 787-9 Dreamliner. Next heavy arrival here on the south side. The big Q, Qatar Airways flight 739 coming up from Doha, A350-1000. Actually 31 minutes away. Emirates flight 215 coming up from Dubai, that A380 Super. 37 minutes away. Both of those flights heading toward the north side.
Okay, Juliet, hit my right, 12175.
The flight was heading to Vegas. United Airlines flight 1068, a 737 MAX 8. Speedboat will be heading to the gates of Tom Bradley. On the north side, we do have a Delta 767 300ER. This flight heading to JFK. $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Bri Guy. This is happy birthday, Kevin. Thank you, Bri Guy.
Hotel 7, cross 25 right, Juliet, and ground point WI 2290.
Sophie becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, Sophie. Matthew with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Matthew. Says hi, Kevin. It's good morning. I'm back in Honolulu from Vegas after the WrestleMania weekend, and I want to wish you a happy 50th birthday and wish your journey ahead. Thank you so much, Matthew. I hope you had a great weekend there in Vegas at WrestleMania. And Garen with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Garen. Happy birthday, Kevin. Thank you, Garen.
Yeah, 65 right,
25 right, Monaco wait, 35.
Joe F with a $15 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Joe. It was nice meeting you and Rudy briefly on Sunday at SFO. I grew up in LA and spotted an Imperial Hull starting in the 1990s, but moved to the Bay Area recently. It's so nice to watch your LAX ... Unfortunately, I only see so much of your message there on PayPal. Joe, good to see you. Good to meet you. We'll be back up there. It's like the first week in June. Thank you, Joe.
25 left there. Let's go.
LAS is not the same without later tater. I agree. Though we do have a new SFO favorite ATC controller. Bye-bye, Betty. Bye-bye, Betty. Bye-bye, Betty. That's her new favorite controller there, SFO. It was a joy to listen to her there on, was that on Sunday? I think it was on Sunday, right? United Airlines flight 1635 heading to Dulles. 737 MAX 9 up next for takeoff. Hello there, Renette Adele, hanging out with us both Saturday and Sunday there at Bayfront Park. Thank you, Renette. Had a good time. I'll tell you, Bayfront Park, it was full of daisies. Did you guys watch and see all those yellow flowers, all those daisies? They mowed them all down on Monday morning. And Rudy and I went through the park as we were having some coffee, just reflecting on the last couple of days, and they were mowing the lawn, and those daisies were all mowed down. We were devastated because they were so beautiful on Saturday and Sunday, especially Saturday, that first day. The daisies, long gone. Hopefully they'll make a comeback.
Right turn, hotel, hold short of golf, got a 35.
All right, our next takeoff, heading to Dulles. United Airlines flight 1635, a 6-year-old 737 MAX 9. Next takeoff here on the south side.
5401 on that doctor, 2301 2.16 from 25 right, 25 right, and 2495 on tower, 25 right, on the way, 25 right now.
That's our American 706, just at
1706 away tower, wind 23012.16 from 25 left, number 3, clear to land.
As a Porter heading back to Toronto, flight 662, and E2, number 3 for takeoff here on the south side.
Got a 2495 right now, doctor, wind 23012.16 from 25 right. Just take out 25 right on that doctor. Porter 662 away tower, 25 right.
5 right, line only, Porter 662.
South 5401, contact, clear from departure.
Over departure, put down 5401.
South 766, right hotel 6, turn off on hotel.
Right on hotel 6, up on hotel, guys, 3766.
Next takeoff. United Airlines flight 2495 heading to Houston, Texas, 737-900 ER.
Porter 662, and 2210.16.
Run out Delta, Dodger, Senior, Delta, Link.
Got 1581, runway 25 right, on the way.
Got 1581, line of way, runway 25 right.
2495, contact SoCal departure. Departure 924. 766, nodal 8 down to Quebec, and hold to the Quebec, please.
Nodal 8 down to Quebec, Skywest.
M&J Buzzer with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, M&J. This is a very happy birthday, airplane jockey, Kevin. Welcome to the 50s, buddy. Good to be here. Am I part of a club now? AARP. Am I allowed to be an AARP at 50? Oh, Rita says she thinks so. Michael Quinn with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much. Michael says, happy birthday, Kevin. 50 isn't bad. I just turned 57 when I was with you at LAX on April 13th. Plane spotting is the best way to spend a birthday. I agree with you, Michael. Thank you. You know, I did. Hold on one second. We got the porter.
Hotel 7, Hotel, short of takeoff, 9 Porter 652, contact Philpen Emergency. Departure Porter 652.
That first year, 2020, April of 2020, you know, April 10th was our first day of broadcasting. I came back out the next day, April 11th. So the 10th and the 11th, those are the first few days of the live version of this channel. I did come back on April 22nd. I'm not quite sure what day of the week that was 5 years ago. I think it was, do I dare say it was a Thursday? And I did do a live stream outside the In-N-Out Burger on my birthday that first year.
3766, cross 25 right Quebec, contact 975.
Cross 25 right Quebec, over to ground, go 3766.
1903 at Lima, cross 25 right, hold for the Kilo 1. Lima, cross 25 right, for the Kilo 1.
So that first year of broadcasting, it was live on my birthday. And I had a great time on my birthday. Being out there, out the In-N-Out Burger.
At 1681, contact departure.
Departure 1981.
At the 1903 on Lima.
Oh, Sarah says I do qualify.
All Lima, short Kilo 1, 3 ramp, so 1903.
AARP's been knocking on my door for the last 30 years. I've gotten things in the mail for the last 30 years. They've been waiting for this day, haven't they?
Got 5060 affirmative.
I'm waiting my right.
And that's a Delta 757 to 200 coming from Guatemala City, flight 1903.
1706, turn right Hotel 647, turn off on Hotel. Up 1903, contact the city ramp 131.07. Up 1903, contact the city ramp. Scout 5060, wind 21011, gust 16, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right, take your takeoff.
RNAV Docker, 25 right, takeoff.
1939, you're following a heavy 767 departing the North Complex, caution my turbulence, traffic will cross. Runway 25 right, line up and wait. 25 right, line up and wait, American 1979. American 1706, hold short up runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short 25 right at Juliet, American 1706.
Roger. American 1706, line on Juliet, cross 25 right, right to Bravo, ground 175 today.
Cross 25 right at Juliet, join Bravo, ground 175 today, American 1706.
Scout 5060, contact Philpen Emergency.
Partner,
339 to Juliet, Mike, right there, hold short up runway 25 left. 9 Juliet, Mike, turn left on Foxtrot, hold short up runway 25 left. Oh.
JetBlue A321, slowly but surely heading over to Terminal 5 here on the south side. Have another Delta 767 at 300 yard taking off there on the north side.
Relay car traffic will hold in position when 22011, gust 16, runway 25 left, middle land. Heavy 767
heading to Honolulu, flight 480.
011, gust 16, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right.
RNAV Doctor 25 right, clear takeoff.
Flight running late. That was an 8:30 scheduled departure. That was the one that we all took to Honolulu 3 weeks ago? Almost a month ago. Can't believe that. Next takeoff here on the south side, American Airlines Flight 1979 heading to Chicago O'Hare. It's a 737 at MAX 8.
For 339 Juliet Mike, RNAV to Hyper, wind 23012, gust 17, runway 25 left, look for takeoff.
RNAV to Hyper, Juliet Mike.
American 1979, time to take out departure.
Or departure, American 1979.
American 777 at 300 ER now pushing back there in the alley. This flight will be heading to London Heathrow, flight 136. It's a 12-year-old 777 at 300 ER. This looks like that JetBlue that actually, I take that back. We have a JetBlue A321 heading to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, flight 100, number 2 for takeoff. Here on the south side, we'll be following American Airlines flight 1436, a flight heading to Miami at A321. We do have a business jet taking off here on the south side.
Number 223 LA Tower, wind 220 at 11, gust 17, runway 25 left, number 2 clear.
Clear to land, number 2 left,
That's a flight heading to Miami, American A321, flight 1436, up next for takeoff.
Madam Juliet and Mike, contact with that.
So for the departure there, Joe Mike, good day.
The 100 LA Tower, taxi point, runway 25 right, and left away.
Call sign.
February 100.
100, Jack.
February 100, runway 25 right, line of way.
25 right, line of way, Jeff, for 100.
American 1436, contact with that.
Clear departure, American 100, good day.
The 1670 LA Tower, number 3, 122-011, gust 17, runway 25
Rena
left.
Taylor with a $2 super chat. Good to see you, Rena. This is happy birthday, Kevin, from me. Love you. Thank you, Rena. Hopefully we'll see you in October. I promise I will get back out to DFW in the fall. Promise. Danny Dusseldorf back with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Danny. This is here's to the AARP fund. Thank you, Danny. Boy, oh boy. Tom with a $5 super chat. Good to see you, Tom. This is happy birthday, Kevin. The kids and I really enjoyed seeing you and Rudy at SFO. Well, I enjoyed seeing you guys. Thanks for the birthday cards. That was awesome. Oh, and by the way, thank you for the $50 Starbucks gift card as well. Rudy and I used that yesterday morning, so we appreciate that awesome support. Thanks you guys for coming out. Hope you guys enjoyed the new Mini Me goodie bags as well. Thank you, Tom. And Sarah, the big deal there in Boston. Back with a $5 super chat. You really want to be called the big deal now, Sarah? I'll call you the
American 3, class 25 right, time
the big deal.
JetBlue 100, contact the bridge.
Blue 100, how many David?
Also have a Japan Airlines Dreamliner also pushing it back there in the alleyway.
American 1988,
American 1988, LA turn number 3, wind 21011, gust 17, runway 25 left to 1.
I'm just over here blowing my nose. No big deal. All good. Japan Airlines Flight 61, the flight heading to Tokyo Narita. It's a 787-9 Dreamliner. Should also be heading to 25 right here on the south side.
223, turn right, Hotel 7, Fox 25 ready to Juliet, contact Anderson, 857 occupied.
Okay, Hotel 7, and you want us to not cross, stay with you on Hotel?
And if you look to your right, they're pushed, so let's cross. Cross 25 ready to Juliet, ground 27
Tina Beret with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Tina.
We will cross.
Happy birthday, Kevin. You
right
look
at Juliet,
50.
switch over the ground.
Have an
JetBlue,
awesome day. Thank you, Tina. You know, they say you're only as old as you feel. I still... 36. I think my physical therapist, I think he was right on the money. 36, that's how I feel. 36, Adam said 40, 36, 40, somewhere in there. 36, 40. Would that be about right, Rita? 36, 40? All right, we'll go with that. Renette Adele. Then awesome $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Renette. Says Wagyu burger and happy birthday, Kevin. That was my treats. My treat, Renette.
1670, turn right at Hotel 6.
Thanks for coming to dinner with us on Sunday.
175.
What'd you think, Renette? Did you like the Wagyu burger? That's some good stuff. We found our new favorite Wagyu burger. We've been talking about the Grill and Vine. The Grill and Vine at the Westin, just across the street from Bayfront Park where we go live. There's a Westin. Down south, right along the bay as well, is the big Marriott. Big Marriott. Well, a while ago, I'd say like a year ago, Rudy and I went to the Grill and Vine inside the Westin and had a hamburger there. And we were like, wow, this is really good. And it's called Wagyu. Apparently, it's extra fatty. I didn't realize that. It's extra fatty. But the meat is so tender and juicy, and it's so good. Well, we went back to the Grill and Vine on Friday night, and it was good. Don't get us wrong. Don't get us wrong. But we wanted to do something different on Saturday night, so we decided to go to the Marriott. The Marriott has a Wagyu burger as well. And I have to say, the Wagyu burger at the Marriott, about 100 times better than that better burger at the Westin. I'm telling you, I've never had a hamburger taste so good in my life. Not once, but twice. We went back on Sunday after the show as well, and Renette Adele joined us as well. And our friend Matt, who else? Tyler was there. Rudy was there. Wish you guys were all there with us, but definitely if you're in the mood for a good hamburger and you're there at SFO, around Bayfront Park, go to the Marriott, to the restaurant inside the Marriott. You can thank me later. It's a little pricey, but it's well worth it. Oh, it was good. They also have a really good pretzel too. There's a pretzel. It's really good. Oh, you know, hotel food, it can be hit and miss, right? A lot of people think, well, the food in a hotel can't be that good. I'm telling you, that Marriott, that restaurant in the Marriott has some good food. And you can sit there if you request a seat along the window that looks over the 28s. You can see runway 28. You can sit there, have your Wagyu burger, your pretzel, and watch the planes take off and land there on the 28s. Can't think of anything better. I wish the Proud Bird had a Wagyu burger. The next time I go in there, I can be like, have you guys ever thought about adding a Wagyu burger to the menu? Turkish 787-9 Dreamliner heading back to Istanbul, flight 180, now pushing back from the north side gates of Tom Bradley. That tends to head here to the south side. Kind of a 50-50, sometimes north, sometimes south. Oh, that's right, Sarah. The H Hotel has good food, too. Yeah, I think the H Hotel needs a Wagyu burger as well. Oh, boy. Ah, I see a guest approaching. Do you see what I'm talking about? I see a guest approaching. Stand by, we have a special guest going to be joining me here today. An old-time favorite here on the channel.
Block 1714 Airline Tower, heavy Boeing 777 short final class for turbulence,
Air China Cargo 777 freighter next to arrive here on the south side, 25 left. Uh-oh. Looks like he's got some dessert.
Full length, line of 25 right, Mercy on the 136.7.
Who could it be? Who could it be who is approaching your plane jockey, Kevin, here at Imperial Hill?
Left turn Alpha 175, number 3126. Clear for takeoff 25 right, our nav dock.
Well, if you guys look at the behind the scenes, you can see who just showed up. Get them all mic'd up here. You can put it on whatever side you want.
Line up and wait to 25 right.
If you want it like that.
I know, last time it worked better on one side than the other.
Oh, no, this is a brand new mic.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll say brand new things.
No, I'm going to switch sides with you. I'm going to go over here.
Swap.
Well, look who it is. That camera right there.
Hey!
It's Later Tater. What are you doing here?
Well, I heard a rumor that it was somebody's birthday today.
Whew.
And so, I mean, the whole world is celebrating. I don't know if you've heard.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Whole world is celebrating. Some of them mispronounce Kevin's birthday as Earth Day, but
oh, yeah,
we know the truth.
Yeah.
So,
yes,
you know.
That's right.
Yeah. So, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Are you 21 yet?
I think we're sticking with like 36. 36 is about the right age.
You're legal.
Yes. Yes, I'm still legal. Yes.
Okay. See me later. So
what's new, Later Tater?
Oh, man, it's a beautiful day in the...
It is.
It really is. Too bad there's no airplanes to look at, but
yeah, well, that
this
is true.
Time of day, there usually aren't.
Yeah. What time is it?
It is
it's 2 o'clock.
Just shy of top of the hour, so you'll have to do the thing. So
why is the 2 o'clock hour so slow here at LAX? Is it just the timing of the schedules?
I think so.
Okay.
That and it's ship change at the tower, so everybody knows.
Oh.
Yeah. So
really? 2 o'clock, huh?
Yeah, we have a lot of folks that come in at 5:36 in the morning, and they head out, 1:30 or 2 in the afternoon.
Okay.
And by now, the evening folks have started trickling in. We have some that come in throughout the day, but there's a bunch that come in at 6 or 7 in the morning. We have another bunch that come in normally about 2 in the afternoon.
Okay.
And then they kind of trickle in throughout the rest of the afternoon.
Interesting.
So that we have coverage on through the early morning hours, so that the overnight folks aren't here all by themselves for the entire shift.
Gotcha.
So, there will be, a dozen some odd folks up there right now. Some of them are transitioning in, some of them are transitioning out, and but that's how the thing just we keep going.
Oh, it works, yeah.
Because,
So do you think the
yeah.
airlines know that the 2 o'clock hour is the shift change? So let's try to get our schedules around.
Oh, I'm sure that's exactly why they do it. So
We do have this American 777-300ER heading
we
to
do.
London Heathrow, rolling down to 2.
all right.
5 right.
Sorry. Yeah. Can you tell him? Is that sorry, I'm being accosted by bystanders who are asking me questions that I don't know the answer to.
Welcome.
So I'm going to
the
defer
world of
to
Rudy. Welcome to the world of Rudy. There.
the world of Rudy is apparently somewhere else today.
He's back at school today.
Oh yeah,
Lucky him,
Rudy's
right?
in school. Yeah, didn't he finish his master's?
Oh no, he's teaching.
Oh, he's teaching.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
So it's funny, you're sitting there. That's where Rudy would stand on a Sunday, and of course Rudy has to answer all the questions from people stopping by and saying, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Now later Tater's
We're
going to answer
looking
to
at the
these
planes,
people.
y'all. We're watching the planes.
So what's new? What's new? What have you been up to? Last
No
time we
good,
talked to
just
you,
like always. You know.
nothing. Nothing.
Oh, I didn't say nothing. I just said no
Oh, okay.
good.
Gotcha.
So-
Oh, no good. Yes.
just like always. So, no, I'm still in the post-retirement sort of vacation mode. I just got
Yeah.
back from spending some time in Texas for my mom's
Okay.
birthday.
Okay.
And then my sister's birthday is coming up fairly soon, so I'll be doing that again. And, you know, a little adventure here, a little
Yeah.
adventure there.
Are
know.
you enjoying the retired life, or?
I am for the moment. I
Yeah.
can see that it's not, what I'm doing right now is not a good long-term plan.
Yeah.
But I'm taking this kind of as a gap year
Okay.
with the expectation that by this time next year I'm going to be doing something worthwhile. So, quite possibly instructing, maybe here, more likely at the FAA Academy in Oklahoma City.
Right.
Where
Right.
that's basically controller boot camp. That's where they all go for the first couple of weeks before they get sent out to, their assigned facilities. And there's a big need for controllers and there's a big need for instructors.
Yeah.
So I'm transitioning from one to the other.
Well, there you go. And if you guys are just tuning in here today, we have a lot of new people that haven't watched this show before, and they're probably like,
really?
"Who's this guy that just
Who is
popped
this
up
guy?
here?"
It's just some rando that walked up.
A legend
Like
here
a-
at
yeah.
LAX. ATC legend. We call him Later
Yeah.
Tater. Now, why do we call you Later Tater? Well, it's because
I should have been here earlier. Because one day, being about this time of day probably, when there was not much going on, somebody may have told a pilot, contact departure later, Tater. Somebody else might have been.
Are you telling me you only did that one time? You only did that one time?
Until it became a thing. At which point,
gotcha.
you say, okay, now I have to do it because I have, there are expectations you have to live up to, So, but as I recall, and I think y'all filmed it, my last words as a controller were later, Taters.
Yes.
So there it is.
Yes.
I left on a high note, and I can't even sing.
Do you miss it? I keep on asking you.
You do
this.
ask me that. I don't.
Sorry.
Really? No, I mean, because that's the obvious question. I don't really yet. I've been told that I will.
Yeah.
But at this point, I'm not far enough away from the 10 hours a day, 6 days a week,
Right.
Saturday, Sunday, holidays.
Yeah.
Setting my alarm for 4 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes getting home at 4 o'clock in the morning with no clubs involved.
Yeah.
I mean, so that part I don't miss. The camaraderie of the folks I worked with, I do miss. Some great folks there. And that part I miss.
Why is the scheduling all over the place? You would think you guys have such an important job. You have to be alert. You got to be on it. You would think that your schedule would be more consistent, right?
You would, and they are working in that direction because there have been several incidents within recent years with controller fatigue. And the administrator came out about a year ago and basically said, okay, we're not doing this anymore.
Right.
So we have the controller workforce has about a year to sort of decide how we want to work, shift work, in a way that conforms with new rules for fatigue and rest and that kind of thing. And so...
How come it took so long?
Because inertia. I think a lot of it is strictly inertia. And who we got rolling out here? Somebody in a 74.
Plain Jane and Queen, and we'll see. Alpha 8, I think.
Okay.
Maybe not.
That may be Coletta or Connie. I remember they had a very generic looking 7.4. So I asked them one time why all their planes, because Yelp noticed any number of different paint schemes that show up and they're all using the call sign Connie.
Right.
And it's like, which one's it going to be today? And I asked them why one time, and it's determined by who they're flying for.
Right.
Because Connie, basically all the stuff they do is on contract or charter to specific operators. And so they will take the colors of that operator, or in some cases, none. And so if we look at this airplane, there's going to be probably a registration number on it and perhaps nothing else at all.
Right.
And that gives them the flexibility, of course, if they have to fill in. This is like the backup plane, perhaps, where, we have to fly for DHL today. So, this one doesn't have somebody else's name on it, which would be even worse.
Right.
So to show up with the spare that doesn't have offending, markings on it. You see the same thing with SkyWest, actually, because SkyWest, y'all know, flies for everybody here just about. There goes that's Japan Air. I thought it was Air France for a second. That would be wrong.
Dreamliner heading to Tokyo Narita.
Yay! That's a 789. They also have 8s. I don't know if they have 10s. I've never seen one here.
I don't think they do, but they do have...
They have
Boeing liveries.
Yeah. So, but you probably noticed, we have SkyWest that flies for Alaska and American and United and Delta. And they normally fly airplanes with the company's colors on them. So it's American Eagle or Delta Connection or United Express or what have you. But every now and then you'll see, it's usually an RJ, it seems like, that is painted in SkyWest colors. It doesn't say United or American or Delta or whatever. It says SkyWest. And those are generally backup planes or fill-in planes where, there was a sudden hole in the schedule, and you can plug that airplane in, because you certainly can't fly American in a plane that says Delta on the side.
It was funny.
They would cancel the flight before they would do that.
Yeah, there was a SkyWest, and I think it pops up on flight radar. It is an American Eagle flight. It shows up as a Delta Connection.
Oh,
it's SkyWest.
I know there's some code share agreements out there. I bet that's not one of them.
No, I doubt it.
Can't imagine
not
that
with American
would be,
United.
But yeah, you never know nowadays.
That is true. We do have Turkish taking off on the north side at 24 left. This flight heading back to Istanbul, flight 180.
That's a Dreamliner flight then. Because they also have a 777, or they have a 777 in the evenings.
Yeah, they've had the A350, the Dreamliner, and the 777.
Okay. Oh, and there goes.
This is also rare. KLM heading here to the south side.
Yep.
It's flight 602 heading back to Amsterdam. Also the LL Dreamliner. See you're good luck later today.
Yeah.
You show up and everything starts moving.
What? Old habits die hard.
Well, they're just excited you're back here in the presence of LAX.
It's good to be back.
And somebody mentioned in the chat, and I mentioned this, we were in SFO this past weekend.
Oh, okay.
And there was a ATC controller. Her name is, we all called her now, Bye-Bye Betty.
Bye-Bye Betty.
She's very upbeat. She was very, she was fun.
Let me guess, she says bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So now we have a new controller SFO that we really like. We don't hear Tater Tot too often here.
Okay.
On at least on our streams. On the 24-hour live broadcast, we'll hear him. But since you've been gone, later Tater, it's become kind of, I don't know.
Boring.
I don't want to say boring because they're just doing their job. But it just hasn't been the same, Tater.
Well, I guess that's gratifying. I'm sorry for all y'all.
I know they're just doing their job.
Well, yes. And I mean,
that's the most important thing.
We've discussed before that there were times I was definitely on the ragged edge of propriety as far as controller phraseology went.
Right.
So I was definitely not an example that others should follow. Is that Porter?
That is Porter. That's the second E2 that we've seen take off.
Yeah, it's... Okay, because for quite a while we've had none of the big Embraers. We've had the 175s, but we haven't had the 190s for quite a while.
I don't know much about it, but apparently a U.S. airline cannot purchase the E2 or fly it within the United States. Porter can.
Porter can. Well, and the ones that we had that I recall are Air Canada.
Air Canada have them? Airbus.
They don't have them anymore, or they don't bring them here anymore.
Okay.
But it comes down to basically their pilot contracts that limit the size of the plane that can be flown by their regional partner.
Okay.
The idea being that you don't basically subcontract out all the expensive pilots to the regional where they're making $10 a day.
Right.
And the 190, 195 series have, if I remember right, a roughly 100 seat capacity, which is getting dangerously close to a short 737 or a short Airbus.
So it's pretty much the same situation with the Airbus A220 series with Delta. It's a fine line there.
Yes, it is. And and you'll see the same thing with the big RJ, the RJ9, which we don't get very many of here for similar reasons, because you can put more seats in that airplane than you're allowed to fill because of your contract with your mainline pilots.
Gotcha.
And so, they will have extra space, or the RJ9s might actually have business class seating because you can fill the space up with bigger seats that pay more money because you can only have so many seats. Here comes Qantas.
There's Qantas Flight 11 coming in from Sydney, Australia, arriving there on the north side. It looks like Japan Airlines, the flight Tokyo Haneda, heading to the north side. Can you explain something for me? Because I do get this question asked a lot. A lot of these Asia flights, Narita, Haneda, kind of go back and forth between north side, south side. That really has to do with the flow out over the ocean?
It has flow over the ocean, balancing the runway load from north side to south side. You don't want all the airplanes on either side of the airport.
Okay.
And that's one of the jobs I used to have. And that's what, China Eastern?
China Cargo, 777 freighter.
Oh, so Cargo King, sure enough. I've been gone 4 months and I already don't know who anybody is anymore.
Well, technically China Eastern.
Well, it's, that's the parent company, or it was. I don't know if they're still actually, but they do have separate call signs, maybe separate operating certificates. But yes, it comes down to balancing the load, or balancing the runways, the flow off the airport, which sounds like the same thing, but it's not quite. And also, and here's Emirates. It's 380s
back-to-back A380s.
And the third consideration is what the flight crew says they need. Because as we get into summertime, it's fairly mild and cool here today. We're all wearing sleeves, but come back in 2 or 3 months, and it will easily be much warmer here than it is right now.
Right.
And so, and the air temperature affects the performance, the takeoff and landing performance of the airplane. without getting too deep into the physics and all that, the warmer air is not as dense, and so the airplane needs to be moving faster through that air to get the same amount of lift as it would in cooler air. And normally the airplanes are going to be heavier in the summer because people travel in the summer, and so because of the plane maybe being a little heavier and the air being much warmer,
So when that
they a lot of times
to
they'll
the
ask
south
for
side.
this side because the runways on this side are longer than the runways on that side.
So what do you think it is for today? I mean, she was already on the south side, now having to go all the way to the north side. Is there any real reason to take off on 24 left versus 25 right, unless it's a flow issue like you were talking about?
Well, and this is one of the things that when I was working as a ground controller, and I had an airplane like that who could have gone either way. And I would ask them sometimes before making the taxi call, because they say, I can send you this side, I can send you that side. Which one are you set up for? Because a lot of times they've already done their homework. They pre-program the airplane expecting a particular runway.
Okay.
And it's a lot quicker for everybody involved if they can have that runway.
Okay.
Because they're set up for it, they're expecting it, they briefed it. And this happens, whereas I'm sorry, I can't give you that runway today because flow off the airport, it's closed, what have you. I'm going to have to assign you a different runway. And oftentimes they'll say, yeah, we need to pull off somewhere and reprogram the airplane. And sometimes they have to get different takeoff numbers because dispatch didn't give them the departure numbers for the new runway. And because it's going to be a different length, they have to have different, V speeds. You hear about V1, V2, rotate. That stuff is dependent upon a lot of things. One of those being how long the runway you have available is. This is also why you'll sometimes hear a pilot or a controller ask, "Hey, can you accept the intersection for departure?" And the pilot will say, "Yeah, no, we don't have the data for that." Because taking the intersection means, okay, there's 500 or 1,000 feet of runway that's behind you, which is no good at all. And so if you didn't do the homework to be ready for that slightly shorter runway, you know, nowadays where everything's computerized and there's...
I'm trying to scratch my head and wonder why would Japan go all the way to the north today? Let's just say... Because it's usually, I'll say this,
and
it's
there goes
usually
Air
a south
France
side,
off the north side.
It's usually a south side takeoff for Japan on that 777.
There's certainly been times I've worked with them, and they've told me, we require runway 25 right for operational.
Right.
And today, maybe they didn't need it. Maybe the controller gave them the choice. Maybe the controller told them 24 left, because almost certainly the departure procedure they're flying prefers the north side for departure because they're going to go offshore and eventually start turning to the north.
So can I throw another wrench into that?
Sure.
KLM, which usually goes on the north side, came taken off here on the south side. So could it be some flow issue out somewhere else?
It could.
Yeah.
And it could, for the same reason. My recollection, KLM's normal departure procedure had them turning left. Or
the Orca 5?
Yeah, Orca 5 generally, offshore. Whereas Japan Air is probably on the summer, which is, takes you over towards Ventura, to the north.
Okay.
There may be another thing happening. I don't know what the status of the military airspace is offshore, but there's military airspace that can go hot, and hot meaning that the military's using it, it's active, they're doing Top Gun stuff or they're doing missile stuff, and you can't fly a civilian airplane through there unless it's like a dire emergency, because you might get shot down. They don't mean to, but that could happen. So if one of those areas is hot, then the normal departure procedure that Japan would fly becomes unavailable because it clips the corner of one of those hot, one of those areas. So there's a different route that they get assigned, and that different route has much greater in-trail restrictions because it becomes a choke point. There's a point offshore where they have to pass through, and airplanes off of Long Beach and John Wayne also have to pass through that point. And there's not a lot of room for the controllers offshore to merge our flow with their flow. And so we have to give extra spacing between our departures so that they have some room to work, because it's very tight. There's a certain point where they've only got about a 10-mile hole.
Are you guys hearing all this? Because even a guy came up to me today and said, how do you know what side so-and-so is going to take off or land? I said, well, some you can figure out, some you can't figure out. If you're listening to the theater right now, you'll understand there's so much more to the whole pieces to the puzzle that we never even think of.
There really are, and it can be difficult to explain because what we're doing today is not the same thing that we did yesterday, and what we do tomorrow, or what we do this evening could all, and that's not even talking about what the weather might do to us, because we never have weather here, so it's not a factor. But other parts of the country have weather. I keep hearing about this weather thing, and so, which of course, not joking for a moment, you've seen that here where we have to go, y'all call it reverse ops, we call it east traffic, because the airplanes are going to the east. Okay. And we go, if we go east traffic, it's because the weather forces us to do it. It's the only time that LAX will go east traffic is because we absolutely have to. And the reason for that is just because the airport cannot handle the same throughput, meaning the number of airplanes coming in and the number of airplanes going out, when it's in an east traffic configuration. It's better than it used to be because of all the construction on the north side, particularly where they have runway exits we did not have this time last year. And so, it's better. But even so, this airport is optimized for west traffic, which is what we do 90-some-odd% of the time. I mean, those of y'all who are regulars on the channel know how often you're seeing the airplanes going the way they are right now. It's very rare that you get to see them going the other way. And City Ops is doing something on the runway.
Well, do you see, I think 25 left is closed because that air he knew he just landed at 25 right, but there's some people out there. Yeah. What is that over there?
Good question. I mean, I see the ops car sitting on the center line here.
But now
there's another car over there, blue, just off the edge. I mean, there might be runway lights or something over there that, because I see them sort of walking over. But yeah, I mean, we have personnel and equipment basically on the runway.
They're looking at these orange things. You know what those orange things are?
Those are called California poppies.
That orange.
Oh, okay. Those are the FASCIs, or there's another name for them depending on what system, but those things are aimed that direction. Okay. Those are the lights
to the west.
Yeah, they're aimed to the west, and those are for airplanes that are landing on 7 right.
Okay.
And what they do, because there'll be, a couple of sets of those, and what they are is basically visual glide slope. So the pilot can see that they're on the proper glide path for the runway. And this is important because you don't want to be short. And in these bigger airplanes, sometimes it can be hard to tell. And sometimes there'll actually be a second set of these lights for airplanes with high cockpit, 747 and the A380. But that's what these things are. They're a visual glide slope, so the pilot can see that he's descending on path. And there goes KLM. I believe that's a 10.
I think you're right. Yeah, Flight 62 heading back to Amsterdam. Very rare south side takeoff. So we got ops on 25 left. So 25 left is apparently closed down.
Well, and that's particularly makes it rare because when you lose a runway over here, you tend to push more departure traffic to the north side because they're now having to land on 25 right, which is normally an arrival, or a departure runway. We just saw that with Tahiti.
Well, this is the end of the month, kind of end of the month. Don't they do the monthly maintenance?
They do, but
though I don't see any sweepers.
That would normally be, you'd see a whole parade of trucks out there and sweepers, and I mean they were using this runway when I got here not that
Yeah.
long ago. That said, 2 o'clock in the afternoon is normally when
they shut
that
it
would
all down.
happen. Because it's one of the slowest traffic periods of the day, so it has the least impact on the flow of airplanes through the airport to lose a runway.
Right.
And there have been extreme cases where, due to weather or other flow restrictions, where the traffic that should have left an hour or two ago ends
Right.
up being here, or airplanes that should have arrived an hour ago are now only, and so we can look at the traffic, the expected traffic. It's like, man, we're going to have a lot more traffic in this hour than we normally do. And sometimes we can coordinate with the airport, hey, can we do it next week or something like that?
Okay.
Rare, but there have been times where we've had to do that, and the airport tries to accommodate. I mean, it takes a lot of moving pieces to do this, because you have all the work crews.
There's another
that come out.
I've never seen an LAX bus over here.
So, well,
maybe they're busing people out to the 25 left. I don't know what's going on here.
sure.
Are
Why
we doing
not?
the all-out
They're not doing one of
Dreamliner?
the FOD sweeps, are they?
Oh, maybe one of those.
I remember getting an email for a FOD sweep, but I didn't see where it was going to be. So, but
Is that where they invite employees to come out
to come out and pick up the trash. Yes.
Gotcha.
There goes El Al.
It's Flight 6 heading back to Tel Aviv on the 787-9 at Dreamliner.
Are they still doing 2 flights a day?
No, just one.
Okay.
Did we
I
have
think
to?
that there was a time when we have another one later in the afternoon or evening,
Oh gosh,
and
yeah.
it may be seasonal. But so
Well, it is.
No.
I didn't do my top of the hour.
Oh, I am so
It's
sorry.
just after 2 p.m. I'm your plane jockey Kevin here at Imperial Hill. We have special guest here on my birthday. The
Howdy,
legend
y'all.
himself, Later Tater. Boy, I miss saying that name. When you popped up, if we were doing a stream and we were here for hours on end, and all of a sudden you just popped up and you're like, whatever, you're doing your normal
Doing my
thing,
normal Tater stuff.
it would
Yeah.
change just the whole energy of the stream.
Really?
It really would. Yeah.
Well, that's nice. That's cool.
You're very missed.
So every chance you get, right? Yeah.
What's that?
Every chance you get.
Every chance. No, we miss you. We miss you.
But
Thanks for tuning
Yeah.
in, everyone. Make sure to hit that like button. All right, well, let me get to the chat here.
oh, by all means.
I've been neglecting the chat. People are probably like, Kevin, what's
Yeah.
going on here, Kevin? All right.
Oh, I still have an emoji.
Yes,
Oh,
you
wow.
do. Yes. We'll never get rid of that Later Tater.
Oh,
Alvin 0293 with the $2 super chat says the Lufthansa Flight 450 returns on May 1st.
okay.
I believe they're bringing back the A340-300.
Really?
Back for the second flight.
300.
Yeah.
Man.
How long did we have 450 as a 747-8? Because we had 2 a day.
Well, we
Do you
had
know
2
how long that went on for?
Well, it didn't seem like all that long because
Oh,
remember
really?
we had
Okay.
the 350 for a while,
Well, when I
and then
started
the 350
shooting 4K
went
video,
away, and we got the 340 because we had 340s last summer.
I'm just talking about summertime.
Yeah, because they do a reduced schedule in the off
Right.
season. This is the off season for them.
So 2019, when I was out shooting the 4K video, we had 2 daily 747-8s. So 450, which was the later flight in the day, was a 747. And of course, 456 was a 747. So we had it. I'm just wondering how long did we have those 747-2 daily
I
747s?
want to say it was like 1 season.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Oh, so maybe I got lucky. Got it that 1 year.
Because we normally, in my memory, back in the day, we would have a variety. We didn't normally get 2 of the same Lufthansas. We'd give a 747 and an Airbus, and then when we got to the 3, you'd see sometimes a 380, a 748, and a 359, or sometimes
A340-600, yeah.
Yeah, the 600, and I don't understand why they're bringing back the 340-300 because that airplane.
I think it's.
Somebody's done the math. So,
Yeah.
it obviously that's the that's working better than whatever else they have available, because that is not an optimum airplane.
I think this is it. I think this is they will be retired by the end of the year. So this is the last time we'll see
it last year.
Yeah,
It's
I
like,
thought
man,
it was not going to be back.
What
but we'll see
museum
it one
did
more
that
time.
dig that out of? But
Yeah.
so, well, that'll be a spotting opportunity, because those
Yes.
airplanes are going away quickly.
Yes, they are.
4-engine airplanes in general are, but the 340 in particular was not a particularly loved airplane when there are now better options available. So,
All right, let me get back to the chat here real quick. Dr. C with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Dr. C. Says, happy birthday, Kevin. You share it with my son-in-law. Well, happy birthday, dear son-in-law. Love having Tater back. It's been too long. I agree.
thank you.
O'Malley with the $20 super chat. Thanks so much. O'Malley says, happy release 5.0. 5.0 is what I'm calling my birthday. 5.0. I'm version 5 of myself.
All right.
Starting today. You like that?
Great. So we've been in beta testing.
Beta testing, yes. Dom Offgate with the $5 super chat says, happy birthday, Kevin. 5.0. AVL is my happy place. Thank you for all that you and Rudy do.
Oh, that's great.
To see you later, Tater. Hope he's enjoying retirement.
Thank you.
Still
I am
amazing. Yeah. So no, retirement won't be lasting too long.
I don't think so. I mean, part of recall that as an air traffic controller working for the FAA, we have mandatory retirement at the end of the month. You turn 56. And I turned 56 2 years ago. And somebody's phone is ringing. It's, hello?
Oh, it's mine.
Oh, hey.
I thought live stream follow.
Oh, man. Wow, you missed your big chance. It was probably your car warranty.
No, it was my uncle. Well, I guess he's not watching, huh?
Oh, well, poo on him. Man.
Well, I'm sure he's wishing me a happy birthday.
I have no doubt, but
it's funny when people say, I didn't know if you were alive or not. I don't know if you were alive. And I thought,
he's alive.
I don't know. Just tune on the YouTube channel. Just take a look.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's. You have no future in bank robbery.
No, absolutely not.
Here we are at the first national. Live streaming.
Yes.
Yeah, there's the Brinks truck right there.
Yes, exactly. No, later Taylor, I don't have the best of luck. We've learned that.
You've got awesome luck. You just have to choose what you do with your luck.
Yes. Well, you got to work hard.
You have to work hard. Well,
yes.
And I had a mentor tell me one time that you don't have luck, you make your luck.
Yeah.
And so, and I've seen that through the years. I think we probably all have, where you see people that just, we have a term for it that I can't say on a nice family YouTube channel, but they just, and I'm sure everybody listening knows somebody, or can think of somebody who just seems to attract trouble. They don't cause it; it just comes to them.
Yes.
And that's, you kind of make your own luck. Maybe it's karma. What goes around. Don't know. I'm not judging.
You feel for those kind of people, right?
You feel for those people sometimes, and then sometimes you watch and you listen, and after a while, it's like,
then you realize maybe there's something here. So, but did you happen that you probably didn't happen to catch our shows this weekend, Saturday at SFO? I had a 9-year-old kid named Adam.
Oh, okay.
Came out to see us.
I didn't know you had a kid. Congratulations.
No, not my kid. Not my kid. He came out to see Rudy and I at their Bayfront Park in SFO.
Okay.
Smart kid. Very intrigued by what we were doing. So Rudy went and took a bathroom break. Okay. And for whatever reason, my gut was saying, put the headphone on him and see what happens. So I put the headphone on him. He's been practicing for that day for years. Can you believe that?
Oh, that was his big moment.
So
his big break.
Oh, it was a big moment. I said, well, what do you want to do in life, Adam? He said, I want to be a pilot. Second on the list, ATC controller.
Okay.
Or a live streamer like the plane jockeys. There you go.
So he's got his career plan all sorted out. So, well, good for him. There's a need for pilots in the world. There's a desperate need for controllers in the world.
Yes.
And 9? Sure. Sure, send him on over.
Smart kid.
Yeah, a smart kid, you know. So normally we don't hire him till 18, but you know.
Oh, really? 18? You could be ATC controller at 18?
You can be.
Really?
I believe. I mean,
wow. Well, he'd be really good. I mean, he had his binoculars. He was
9
looking
is
at the plane.
a multiple of 18.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
bring him on over. In all seriousness, a lot of the new equipment, I remember this, particularly my last year, which is one of the things that's like, okay, it's time for me to go, is we got a whole bunch of new equipment in the tower, and I struggled with a lot of it. And watching a lot of the younger folks that thought it was just the greatest thing, and because they didn't have 30 years of work habits that were based on other equipment that you had to do other things with. And so, the young folks are the future in so many ways, but all the technology that's coming in, and there's more on the way, there's definitely room for a lot of atoms.
It's 3 things. So he's going to do one of them.
He can do all of them.
He can do all of them. Well, hopefully number 3 on the list is, he also said, now we were talking about my age, I said, Adam, I'm going to be 50, blah, 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 blah. He goes, well, you look like 40. He already has a learned
40 is the new 30.
Well, he said in 10 years, when I can retire, and he would come in and replace me in 10 years. So he'd be 19.
He's a schemer is what he is.
He's got it all planned out. He's got it all planned out. He really has.
Yeah, there's... make sure there's not a target on your back there. You never know.
I got outshone by a 9-year-old. Tater, they don't care about me anymore. Everyone asks, where's Adam? Where's Adam?
Well, but he's probably got his whole class, because I guarantee when he went to school the next day or whenever,
oh, I'm sure
everybody knew about it. I mean, those are the ones who didn't know at the time because of all the grams. But so he's a hero now.
There you go.
So,
he's probably watching
Adam.
right now, and he's like, Dad, they're talking about me.
Yeah, way to go, Adam.
The great Later Tater is talking about me.
Absolutely. Yeah, I trained a guy named Adam once. He was pretty sharp. So
I didn't realize that you could be ATC at 18.
Well,
I guess why wouldn't there be?
Why you couldn't be? I don't know, but I've ever actually had somebody that age. But that's when you can apply.
Okay.
And in the military, because you can join the military and be a controller, and we've had some guys that were military controllers came to LAX, and they were 20, 21, just barely 20.
Okay.
And they had military service already done as controllers, so clearly you can.
On-the-job training.
Absolutely.
There you go.
So usajobs.gov is where you need to go for that. Go ahead and start applying now.
Are those military ATC towers the technology as advanced as maybe less, maybe more? Are they about the same?
Have never set foot in one, so I honestly don't know. Some of the guys that we've had here that I worked with who were prior military were able to relate to some of the equipment and say, oh yeah, that's very similar or just like what we had. And there was other stuff that was all new to them, because what we do in the civilian world and what they do in the military world, not exactly the same thing. There's probably stuff they had that we don't have here. We don't have a missile button. So I've heard. I wish there was one a few times.
Moffett Air Force Base, which is a big NASA thing off the 101 freeway.
Yep.
They have a nice small little tower there, but
they do.
It's quite the field. It's quite the field. And I always wonder, what is going on in those hangars? What's going on?
Yeah. Well, and some of them. Well, of course, it's NASA, which is a public agency, and nothing NASA does is hush hush.
Yeah.
So theoretically, it's all public. It's all public.
Oh, interesting.
Public knowledge.
I guess maybe I could Google it.
You
Probably
could.
The first answer there.
Might even be able to get a tour. I wouldn't be able to tell you who to talk to for that, but I bet NASA has a public affairs.
I'm still waiting on the tour of this tower over here.
No kidding. Gee, if only
I think we put in 3 requests in the last 4 years, Tater, and so far none of them have been green lighted at this point.
No, and quite honestly, the problem is the cameras.
Right.
I could get you and Rudy in, the cameras would have to stay downstairs in the parking lot. And there's no content in that.
Can I ask you about that? Because I went up to the tower over here. I've been up there with cameras.
The city tower.
Well, what's the difference between that and the FAA tower in terms of?
That belongs to the city.
Right, but in terms of, I'm talking about in terms of equipment that you don't want people to see. I mean, is it that much different?
Some of what they got is better.
Okay.
Granted, part of the reason what they have is better is because their mission is different than ours.
Okay.
The FAA tower's concern is safe, orderly, expeditious separation of moving airplanes. The ramp tower's primary concern is getting people in and out of the gates efficiently. And to do that, they need to know who's about to leave, who's about to get here, who's late, who's early. And their equipment shows all of that, where the equipment we have does not necessarily, because that's, when the airplane shows up, we talk to it. If it doesn't show up, we don't talk to it. And we may notice, hey, don't we normally have so-and-so by now? But
did you guys use Flight Radar 24? I've been in, and the reason why I ask you is it's not like their main source. It's there.
No, but it's an information. It's good for situational awareness.
Right.
And we don't use it in an official capacity. But there have been times where we've been able to pull it up on the supervisor. The only backstep a moment. Most of the computers in the control tower have very limited outside access for obvious security, hacking reasons. But we do have one or two computers that are under, management control, basically, that can get outside to something like Flight Radar 24. Or AirNav, or there are a couple other, what's the one where you can see airline schedules? It'll come to me in a moment, but
FlightAware?
FlightAware, thank you very much. But, there are times we would use those for advisory information. We can't use them for any kind of operational controller decision making. But particularly when one of the ground radars has gone down, it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
And so, we do have, and who uses it the most, honestly, is our clearance delivery guy.
Okay.
Because he can see, some airlines tell us what gate numbers they're at, but not all of them. And sometimes you can give an idea of where the airplane's parked from FlightAware that you don't get from their actual flight plan.
Interesting.
And so that can be useful, because who needs to be ready to talk to this airplane, because the clearance delivery controller will send the flight plan to the controller that they think is going to have to talk to that airplane first.
Gotcha.
And if you know what gate he's on, he's going to talk to this ground controller or that ground controller or that ground controller, and you can send it. And it's not foolproof. There were times where, as a ground controller, I remember having to go look for, do you have the strip for, that's how far back this was, strip, because they used all these little paper strips
anymore.
They don't. It's all electronic.
Okay. So
they have a big
the file video that we see when they do an ATC control story on the news, they're always showing the strips. Yeah. Those strips are long gone, right?
In most facilities. LAX got rid of them about a year ago.
Okay.
Right now, actually. It's been about a year. It's only been a year, and that was some of the equipment that I had the hardest time with, because you ended up with, instead of all the paper flight plan strips, you had a big flat screen about yay so that basically has, digital representations of all the flight strips.
Right.
And so there are, operationally, it's great because you don't have to move from your position. You can do it all standing right here. Mm-hmm. If the strip is over there are ways that you can get it without having to walk over there, pick it up, and bring it back. And that ground controller doesn't have to bring strips to you for airplanes that he's sending your way. They're all just right there, and you can,
How are those strips made? Would they just off a printer, and then they're on a like a thick?
Yeah, well, that's the way before it was digital, we had printers at the clearance delivery position. That was a lot of what clearance delivery did, is he took the strips out of the printer and reviewed them and made any kind of corrections or markings or whatever had to be done, and then distributed them to the appropriate ground controller.
Interesting.
And now that distributing is basically send, and there's an American. That's a Neo.
Neo, he says.
I don't know about now that. Now that I've got a better look at the engines, I take it back.
A321.
It's a 321. So there's a good chance that maybe it was a US Air airplane at one point.
That flight heading to Atlanta. AA, so originally with American.
Okay.
Yeah. Only 8 years of age, so it hasn't been with the fleet very long.
Okay, that must be one of the last of the non-Neos. I'm 0 for 2 on that one. So, see, let's go away for a couple more quick.
Legend Jane and gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support. Thank you so much, Jane. Suzanne Thomas with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Suzanne. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Thank you so much, Suzanne.
Yeah.
Dutchy Base with the super chat. Good to see you, Dutchy Base. So congratulations, Kevin. Good to see you. You're still going strong.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dutchy Base.
Yeah. Thanks, y'all.
All right, and scrambled egg.
Oh, we have more. Okay.
81 with an awesome $50. Wow. Thank you so much, scrambled egg.
There's a birthday for you.
Hawaii 5-0, Kevin. Thank you so much, scrambled egg 81. So no more paper strips.
No more paper
digital.
strips. It's all digital. Now the digital that LAX has, the display looks like basically the strips. It's still laid out the same way.
Okay.
The flight plans are, each one's in a little box. It's, very similar to the strips that it replaced. And but it's easier to update them because you don't have to, get a pen and write on it, or print out another one and then go find the original and replace it and that kind of thing. It's also, like I said, much easier to send it to the next controller because there's a way that you basically just, send it to that guy and off it goes. And there's a special part of their screen where inbound strips that you're receiving pop up and it's like, okay, somebody just sent me this strip, and you do whatever you have to do with it, and then you send it to the next controller or you file it or whatever is appropriate. So I guess they are doing the monthly, since I'm just sitting here watching and there's multiple trucks.
I haven't seen any vacuum cleaners, though.
No, I haven't either, but I did see a yellow truck. And the yellow truck would be like the electricians and that sort of thing. There's JetBlue.
So yeah, we got some maintenance guys out there. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Someone's doing some mowing. Chopping of the weeds.
Probably,
weed whacker.
because we have along the runways, we've got all the runway lights that mark the edges, but there's also signs as you approach each intersection telling you what that intersection is.
Right.
So we see this white pickup in front of us here, and there's a sign in front of him.
Yeah, I think that's where he's going, right?
We're seeing, and that sign he's approaching now looks like it's probably, because that's on the taxiway, but that sign is telling you what this crossing taxiway is. So that sign will have an A on there showing that you're on taxiway Alpha, because that's what this taxi was, or at least that's what it was when I retired. They may have renamed it again. They like to do that. But it will also have another thing on the sign, another letter on the sign telling the pilot that this is taxiway Lima right in front of him, and it will probably actually have a little arrow showing it to the north is taxiway Lima. And that
way, you want to make sure it's not blocked. So you got to go out there. You got to
make sure that there aren't weeds going up in front of it, and normally when they're doing this, they also ask to have all the lights turned on. So, and in the middle of the day, it can be hard to tell if the lights are on, but you're standing there, he's going to be able to check it much easier than, say, somebody in control tower a mile away.
And they do this every month, right?
They do this every month. Yeah, we call them the monthlies. And they normally will do one runway, and then the next week they'll do the next runway, and so forth. And sometimes they'll do like Monday and Tuesday, where they'll do one on Monday and another on Tuesday, and that way there's wiggle room. If something happens on Monday, we can push it back and do the next one on Wednesday, and
Gotcha.
you know, so and I think we talked before, but Tuesday of the 5 weekdays is the slowest day at most airline airports.
Yeah, great day to do a live stream at the airport, huh?
It's a great day because you have lots of extra time to talk
Yes,
between the airplanes.
Yes.
So Saturday for LAX and many airline airports, Saturday is the slowest day of the week overall. Tuesday is the slowest weekday, if you will.
Okay.
Now, if you're at an airport that has general aviation traffic, you know, the Cessnas and the Pipers and the Learjets and King Airs and that sort of thing, Saturday, in a lot of cases, is the busiest day of the week for them. All the weekend flyers come out Saturday and Sunday. Weekends can be much busier at your local general aviation airport than at your local airline airport. Whereas in the middle of the week, those places can be kind of dormant because most of the people who have private planes are working during the week to pay for those private planes.
Makes sense.
The exception would be plane airports that have a flight school. And we've got a bunch of that out here, as y'all are probably aware. Torrance, just down the road, has several. Santa Monica, just up the road, that way has several. You know, you go to Hawthorne, and I mean, basically every airport out here in the LA basin, except for this one, has some sort of flight training school on it with students doing practice takeoffs and landings and all that sort of thing.
And you're a pilot as well.
Allowed here. Yes.
You're a pilot. You're a pilot.
I
You
am.
fly on Saturdays mostly then, huh?
Actually, I try not to, just because I don't have to.
Okay.
And
Yeah, that's true,
I know that that's the busy day. And, you know, right now I can fly pretty much any day of the week I like. And so I try not to on Saturdays just to stay out of the crowd. I'm not big on crowds. And, you know, it's, you know, leave room for somebody else who can only fly on Saturday or Sunday.
Makes sense.
But,
we do
what do we
have a
got?
heavy arriving on the north side, British Airways flight 281 coming in from London Heathrow. It's a 777-300ER. So I don't know if you heard, Hawaiian is now out of 6.
Yeah, have they moved yet? I'd heard they're going to move.
Today was the official day, though we haven't seen any. We won't get any Hawaiian aircraft until 10, which arrives around 4.
Yeah, they do. A lot of this stuff is fairly early in the morning or later in the afternoon. And middle of the day, there's not much Hawaiian action because they're on the way to, you know, so somewhere out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, they're all doing this.
When I first heard that news, I thought, oh, a lot of people complained about that long walk from the West Gates.
No doubt. I mean, I didn't hear any carrier that wanted to move over here. That was one of the reasons we allegedly lost Frontier before they came back, was they were going to have to move. And they didn't want to. Philippine actually took the city to court because they didn't want to move. And
I mean, how can you? I mean,
have you had to walk?
Yes.
Okay.
Many times. Yes.
Now, realistically, most passengers don't have to make that 20-minute walk all the way. I mean, it's neat to do if you have the chance. There's a series of tunnels all the way from Tom Bradley to the West Gates.
It's a walk, though.
But it's and there are moving sidewalks and all, but it's a hike, and it takes some considerable period of time, and there's stairs at each end. So there's that. But there's a Lego store over there. There's no Lego store in the terminal. Yeah. So if you want Legos, you got to.
So if you guys don't know what we're talking about, this is the newest terminal here at LAX, opened about 3 years ago. It's called the West Gates, an extension of Tom Bradley. There's only 2 ways you can get there. Like we just said, you can basically go from the older Tom Bradley, take an escalator down this underneath the 2 taxiways, and then eventually you'll get over there. It takes quite some time, and I would say that the moving walkways I don't know if they're not fast enough or they're not connected enough. It just seems like you're doing a lot more regular walking than walking on the
times I've done it, I always am doing it because I need the steps, so I don't take the moving walkway. But probably the other option.
The other option I didn't finish is the bus. Is the bus from Terminal 1.5, which is, if you can, but not everyone has that option. Like with Hawaiian, you didn't have the option of the bus.
No, you did not.
Because you checked in and your luggage came to Tom Bradley. Now, Frontier, you can check in at 1.5. You can take the bus, which is cool because it takes you, along the runways.
And you don't have to do all of this.
Right.
And plus, Terminal 1.5 means that you don't have to get all the way down to the Tom Bradley.
Right.
Which, and there are times of the day where it's faster to walk than it is to drive because of traffic in the core, or I think some people call it the horseshoe. The horseshoe is just hellacious. So
now the next chapter of this whole thing is the extension of the West Gates, which is all single aisle.
Narrow body
jetways. Yes. Narrow body jetways.
Yeah, we can see the jetways are there. Or at least
now, who's going to go there is the question.
That is the question. Well,
do you hear about 5?
I have not.
They're going to turn down 5 and redo it
again. Okay. So, but at one point, American Eagle was going to move to these gates.
Oh, right. I remember you saying that. Yeah.
And the reason American Eagle was going to do that was because that's where American Eagle parks now. You may hear it referred to on frequency as the box or the Eagle's Nest.
Sure.
But that is where the planned Terminal 9 was going to go. That has been put on hold because passenger volume and money and all the usual reasons. And so now that they're not being evicted from Terminal 9 or from the box, and my understanding is they don't want to come here.
Oh, they don't want to go over there.
So
no one wants to go there. You poor terminal.
Yeah. Although my understanding is that the operation wouldn't have changed. It's just that because if you ride American Eagle out of here, you go to Terminal 4 and you check in. Okay. And then there's buses that take you from Terminal 4 over to the Eagle terminal.
And actually, that would be closer than where the Eagle's Nest is now. So
but
actually would have been a benefit.
That's how they were going to do it. Was just the buses were going to go here instead of there. But I don't think that's going to happen now because they don't have to get out of Terminal 9.
Interesting.
Or the future location, maybe future location of Terminal 9.
I think the next chapter of that, Tater, was now that they're going to demolish 5, redo 5. So now you're going to push JetBlue and Spirit out of 5. You're going to find a place for them temporarily.
To go.
I think they're heading over there to the West Gates.
They may well. Because if you recall and some of this is happening now because I can see the concrete rails over there at the end of Terminal 4. They've been gradually remodeling that terminal, 1 or 2 gates at a time. And so American was overflowing into the Tibbet and sometimes into, we called it the MSC before it became the West Gates at Tom Bradley. For midfield satellite concourse is what it was originally called. But American was overflowing into some of those gates because some of their gates were under construction. So it's very plausible that the same thing would happen for Terminal 5. Is that Singapore?
That is Singapore Flight 11, the flight heading back to Tokyo Narita on this 777-300ER. So what do you think? Have you been watching the news? Have you been seeing all these engine fires and these fires on all these planes parked at the gate and on the runways and whatnot?
I think part of it, quite honestly, is that the news media right now is very aviation focused.
Yes.
Because almost anything that happens with an airplane is kind of dramatic because normally that much doesn't happen to airplanes. And so when something does happen, it's big news. And we've had a sort of a steady stream this year, I'm sorry to say, of events that some of them really were kind of newsworthy. Some of them sort of became newsworthy because they were close to another newsworthy event. And once you get into sort of a string of similar events, it's kind of like the movie industry. You have a successful movie, you want to make another one just like it.
Yes, the sequel.
So, and I would say what probably started this, unfortunately, was the big crash in Korea.
Right.
That was horrific. And I will admit, the first time I saw that video, I did not expect it to end it the way that it did. I saw it cold, and it was like, that was not fun. And then we had the Washington, D.C. incident, barely a month later, and there's been various other things along the way. Those are probably the two biggies. But now, I mean, if you get a hangnail on an airplane, it's going to be on CNN.
Well, I'll say that the Delta A330-300, the engine caught fire yesterday as they were pushing back.
Which means
the video is quite dramatic.
Is it? I haven't seen it. I heard about it this morning, but and if the engine caught fire as they were pushing back, that means it caught fire as they were starting, because they don't normally start engines at the gate. If you'll have heard sometimes on frequency, if you're listening to ground control, where a pilot will call and say, yeah, we need to start one at the gate. Generally, that's because the airplane's onboard auxiliary power unit, or APU, is not functioning, and so they need basically a jump start from equipment at the gate to start the first engine. And then once they're off the gate, they'll do, you may hear people talk about a crossbreed start, where they rev up the one engine to jump start the other one. And so if they were doing it as they pushed back, that means that they didn't need a crossbreed start, and so but they don't normally start at the gate. They'll start the first one as the airplane is pushing back a lot of times.
Right.
The restriction on that is that they can push the airplane backwards. They can't pull it forwards with an engine running, because at that point the residual thrust of the engine running has more power than the tug can stop with its brakes. And what you don't want is the airplane running over the tug, and that has happened here.
It has happened,
and it did not end well. But so that was during an engine start, almost certainly, where they were pushing back from the gate to say, okay, we're going to start whichever one, and something didn't go right.
I think there's, I mean, this year, at least in the last year, there has been a lot of incidents that have happened on the ground, thankfully.
Yes.
The American engine fire as they pulled into the gate, that was quite
Which is
dramatic.
when you would expect them to be shutting it off.
Yes.
And it could have been connected to that some kind of way, where you shut the fuel off, except it doesn't. But, I know nothing about it other than... So,
I would say, I don't think in the years I've certainly done this, I have never seen so many people standing out on a wing of an aircraft.
That was amazing, wasn't it? And you've got the whole plane load of people standing out there on the wing.
But it happened last week, a Southwest plane in Houston. Everyone's standing on the wing.
Well, if you ever stood on the wing of 737, it's a long way down.
Yes.
I realize the 737 is the smallest thing we have here a lot of the times, but it's still farther than you want to jump if you don't have to.
It raises a question. They tell you to get on the wing, but if it's really dire situation, you have to jump off the wing, right?
Yes.
No one's going to come and rescue you off the wing.
Well, I mean,
eventually
they may
eventually. Yeah.
But you may not want to hang around that long. And I took a flight recently. You look at the little, card in the back of the seat ahead of you. It shows you how to open the door over the wing and how to, and they show everybody sliding off the trailing edge of the wing. And if they show anything at all. But the assumption there a lot of times is that the airplane's flaps are going to be down, because the flap on the trailing edge of the wing would give you a bit of a ramp to sort of, it's still going to dump you off, several feet above the ground. But, if the flaps are up, which they probably would be if the airplane is about to pull into the gate or is just pushed off the gate, then, it's not really down.
I'm not here to strike fear or anything, but as we're sitting here talking about this, I never really gave thought about the emergency exits over the wings.
No one ever does.
But when you really think about it, you got the wing.
You got the wing.
There are no emergency chutes off the wing.
Now, the wing, in most cases, right by the fuselage, is lower than the door at either end. But the doors at either end will have, in most cases, one of those inflatable escape slides if they've been armed. And so, yeah, it's...
I don't know.
Where do you go?
Next time I get on a plane, I don't think, I mean...
You'll think about it a little bit, won't you?
Think about it a little bit more. I really, honestly, never thought about that before.
Yeah. So,
that's a really good point.
Well, and the thing that always worries me, I fly Southwest a lot lately. I may not, given what's happening at Southwest, but they go where I want to go. So, but a lot of times I'll come up to the gate and there will be several people in wheelchairs waiting to get on the plane. And the thing that always goes through my mind is, what happens to those people?
Yeah.
Because you'll see a lot of times they get brought on the plane in a wheelchair. The wheelchair goes away. And then when the plane lands at the destination, they sit there waiting for a wheelchair to come get them off the plane.
Right.
If you make an emergency landing somewhere, you know, that Farmers Field probably doesn't have wheelchairs waiting for you.
Yeah.
And, you know, they obviously have limited mobility or they wouldn't be in that situation. What happens to those people? They're normally up towards the front of the plane because of convenience, but that would be a point of concern. And I'm sure the cabin staff is well aware.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I mean, I've never been in an emergency situation like that. And I fly a lot. I know it's very rare. We're not, you know, we're just
it is.
here.
It's very
I'm
rare.
Just saying,
that's why we talk about it.
I never even thought about the emergency exits over the wing until recently with this video of these people standing on the wing, not being able to go anywhere. And I didn't really honestly think about that until now.
Yeah.
Interesting.
As an aside, I have a neighbor friend who has survived more than one airplane crash.
Wow.
Under dubious circumstances, it sounds like, but one of them, he had to jump from the door of an airliner that was on its landing gear, and he broke a leg in the process. It was far enough, and he landed wrong or what have you, but it's... You know, you may survive, but you may not be completely intact for a little while.
Interesting.
I mean, that's not to scare folks, but it's very definitely a thing that you have to worry about. And I think as a traveling public in general, we're very blasé about the whole thing. I mean, you watch people, next time you fly commercially, just watch the people around you as the flight attendants are giving the safety briefing, which is the real reason they're there. Their main job is not to bring you Coke and peanuts. Their job is to, you know, keep you guys safe and help with emergency evacuation if the need ever comes. It's just that most of the time that's not happening, so you do something with them. But that's what they're there for. But watch what a lot of your fellow passengers are doing while they're up there telling you about the oxygen masks and the emergency exits and the life vests and all that sort of thing. And most people are on their phone or what have you. I was on a flight recently where I was in one of the exit rows, and if you're in one of the exit rows, there are some extra limitations on the passengers there because you're considered, in the case of emergency, you're considered part of the flight crew if there has to be an emergency evacuation, because the flight attendants are going to be at the front and the rear, where the doors are, where the chutes are. The people in the middle are kind of on their own. And so you won't see a small child in one of those exit rows.
Right.
You won't see a wheelchair person in one of those exit rows because everybody in those rows has to be ambulatory and is expected to get themselves out and then help other people get out of the plane. And so part of that pre-flight briefing, one of the flight attendants will come down and want a verbal agreement for every person in those rows that they are willing and able to help in the case of emergency.
Right.
And I was on a flight not too long ago where one of these people was already in his movie, had his ear pods and whatnot, and it nearly was a fight to get him to pay attention to the flight attendant for the 30 seconds it takes to go through that.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to say, but it was amazing.
A lot of the social media video that you see, there was some inside video of the Delta A330 that caught fire yesterday. people start freaking out. I start freaking out.
Your
and
plane's
then I'll
on
think,
fire.
Yes.
You're in
I
this.
think that concerns me more than the fire on the wing is everyone
people around
starts
you.
not thinking correctly.
And that was one of the, you may remember, we talked about SFO a few years back, the Asiana
Yes.
777 that sort of scraped onto the runway.
Right.
And what was amazing to me was the fairly orderly evacuation of that airplane, because a lot of it was on video, and you saw these people streaming away from the airplane. A lot of them were carrying luggage and stuff, which they specifically tell you not to do.
Yeah.
But there was, if I remember right, one fatality for that entire incident. And
Which was off the plane,
which
not
was
even
off
on the plane. Yeah.
Yeah, they, but you see the initial moments of that as it develops, because it's all on video, and it's amazing that all, hundreds of people got off that plane. And
Yes.
so it can, under the right circumstances, it can be done. There's
Right.
a lot of ifs in that. But yeah,
That's true.
but I can absolutely see you'd have the hysteria of some people. The plane's on fire, and they basically go into panic mode. You'll have a few that basically just freeze up and do nothing and have to be dragged off the plane, or you have to leave them behind. And then you've got all the other folks who are trying to get, who are trying to video the whole thing for their Instagram.
Right.
And instead of helping, instead of whatever. And that's a thing, and it's occurred to me a few times for folks like you, being a professional media, where you're a news crew somewhere and something awful is happening. And it becomes an ethical thing of my job is to record this and report it. On the other hand, there's somebody dying right in front of me.
Right.
And what do you do? And nobody can answer that question until they're there.
Right.
And but yeah, no, I would be more worried about the people around me in the plane, which is why I try and be the one right next to the exit. I'm going to be the first one out the door.
Over the wing.
Over the wing.
Really?
Yeah.
After the conversation we had today, you're still going to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's the top of the hour?
Well, I figured we'd be a little closer than we were last time.
Well, it's officially 3 p.m. here at Imperial Hill outside of LAX. Thank you guys for tuning in. It's a beautiful day for plane spotting. Wish we had a little bit more plane action, but, it'll come eventually.
Just wait. They will come.
And thankfully we have Mr. Later Tater in the house here
Everybody
today.
wish Kevin a happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. We know that some people are mispronouncing it as Earth Day, but just remember, that's Kevin's birthday. That's code for Kevin's birthday.
Yes,
so, happy birthday, Kevin, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the chat here real quick.
Alrighty, yeah. Howdy, y'all.
How you guys all doing in the chat?
I'm impressed that you can see it in the bright sun, but...
well, it all depends. Sometimes it comes back here. There we go. All right.
The bigger your
Gerard, one of our
super
great
chat.
mods with the super chat says, congratulations with your birthday, young man. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Flips Bippe.
Yay!
Super chat. Thank you so much. And Love Hello Kitty with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Love Hello Kitty says hello, Kevin, Rita, Later Dater Mods, and the AVL family. Happy 5.0 birthday, Kevin. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a great day for a birthday.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Great day for Earth Day, too. Melvin Flights. It's the super chat says hi, Kevin. Happy birthday. Hello, Later Tater.
Howdy.
SWAT Cats with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, SWAT Cats. Today in aviation history, April 22nd, 1975. Oh, that was the year I was born. A woman is in labor pains about to give birth to the excellent future plane jockey. Happy birthday, Kevin. God bless. Well, there you go.
All right.
I didn't see that coming. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Heath Shelton with an awesome $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Heath. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Thank you, Heath.
Yeah.
Appreciate your awesome support there.
All y'all are awesome.
Well, we were at SFO over the weekend, and awesome views there. You've been to Bayfront Park?
I have not.
It's excellent.
Apparently I need to go.
Oh, yeah. By the way, they had the best-looking control tower in the U.S. by far.
Okay.
And it's short. It's not very high.
No, we had a controller from here go there some years ago, and I remember him coming back one time to visit, and trying to remember what he told us about that tower. But
did he talk about, I don't feel like I'm so far off the ground?
He kind of mentioned that. Apparently there were some restrictions on how high it could be because of where it is in relation to the flight paths and that sort of thing. And because that is definitely a concern to have. You've got airplanes, flying by, taking off, landing, and here's this great big, tall thing in the middle of the airport, hopefully in the middle of the airport. It's an obstruction. In poor visibility, it can actually become a hazard if, the pilots can't see it.
Well, they did a great job of making it look
but it is
futuristic.
They do. It's a neat looking building. LAX's tower is a neat looking building as well. It's
iconic.
It's like that. And there are others around the world. I mean, not just here in the U.S. I mean, there's some very, there's actually a picture book that somebody gave me that is basically it's a coffee table book. It's photographs of control towers from around the world, and I mean, some of them are just really impressive. So
now, do you know any history about the LAX tower? Was that
this one?
It was I mean, most nowadays, all the control towers start looking the same. They all have that same look.
And the FAA has basically a template, if you will, for their standard control tower, and there are versions for whether you need a radar room or not, and how big the airport is, type thing. But so you will see a lot of fairly similar looking control towers around the world.
Did the city of Los Angeles get a say on, we don't want it generic, we want it to look like this or
I
that?
have no idea.
No,
to be honest, this was before my time, so to speak. I was somewhere else when this was built, and the planning for this, because we moved into this tower in, I think, 1996.
Okay.
So the planning for this almost certainly started in the 80s, because it takes a while for, if nothing else, the site selection. It's like, where are we going to put a control tower in the middle of this airport?
Right.
And, the previous tower, which still exists, is way down at the east end now, and nearly all of the airport is down here relative to where it is. And the crash in 1991, which basically happened right in front of us. Part of the problem with that crash was that intersection was not visible from that control tower at night. You can barely see it during the day, but it's just, you're looking out across, you're not looking down at all. The advantage to the control tower is that you're looking down, kind of like you're looking at a radar type thing, where you've got a two-dimensional picture of where everything is. And that tower, it's so far away that you're looking across the airport. And so the perspective of where things are in relation to other things in that vicinity gets lost, particularly at night, where it's just a point of light.
You ever gone up there?
I have.
You have?
And we used that as a backup facility for a number of years.
That was my next question about that.
I don't think we do anymore.
Okay.
But for most of my time at LAX, that was one of the backup locations.
Okay.
There was a year or two where, maybe a year, where we worked the overnight shifts from that tower because the main tower cab was being rebuilt. They were replaced all the counters and all the electronics and stuff inside, and the only way they could do that was the contractors would work in the tower overnight from like midnight to 6 a.m. or whatever, and the controllers would work the traffic from the old tower.
Interesting.
But that was back before the pandemic, so at least a decade ago now. And
I was going to say, at night when I'm up high atop the H Hotel, I can see in there. I don't see any blinking red lights or anything blinking.
So last time I was up there, it was conference room.
Okay.
They had a conference
conference
table.
room.
Yeah.
In the tower.
Well, sure.
The tower cap.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because it's got an impressive view. They've taken out all the consoles and everything, so you're able to come right up to the window, which the controllers could not do because there was equipment. There's a counter, kind of like your kitchen counter, between you and the window. And
I'm telling you,
that's all that
missed opportunity for the city. Tower tours, $20.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they could. My understanding is at one point that tower was supposed to go away.
Oh.
Because if you look at, here's Lufthansa.
I'm over here yakking away from Munich. So they were going to demolish it, eh?
Well,
it sounds like LA, doesn't it?
Well, it's not a particularly photogenic building, let's be honest. But if you look at the people mover tracks,
yeah.
you can see the people mover tracks make a straight line right down the middle of the airport until they get to the old control tower, and then they have to go around it.
Yes.
Before they peel off to the north side there for the transportation center and whatnot. And my understanding is that originally that wasn't supposed to happen. But before you can tear down a building like that, you have to do asbestos abatement.
Oh.
And it is full of asbestos.
Oh,
to the point where the abatement bill was going to be just, unmanageable.
Oh, interesting.
And so it was.
No one saved the clock tower, basically.
No, not exactly.
All right.
That's. And so it is now a designated historic building or something. It has some sort of designation. But
I think that with the theme building, as well as the current tower.
Yes.
I think those three buildings. I mean, that's and the pylons, which aren't working. I think
the pylons
things.
Well, they were working. The last time I was here, the pylons, it's like the top 2 or 3 segments don't, but the lower sections
the whole thing doesn't.
The whole thing doesn't.
Oh yeah, they've shut it off. They pulled the cord.
That's a shame.
It's like the guy in the airplane movie pulling the cord.
Pulling the cord.
Sorry. Yeah, they pulled the cord on those things.
Do you know if that a temporary thing? Because there's a lot of construction.
I would assume
still
so.
happening.
I would assume so. Yeah.
That is iconic.
Yes,
and
very
it's
iconic.
Actually,
yeah.
I mean, the whole thing is a great big art installation.
Yeah. It was more than likely they probably were seeing our live stream, seeing how horribly it looked. They probably said, turn the whole thing off until around when we get back to it in a couple of years. We'll turn it back on.
It's all or nothing. I could see that because it's very obvious the way it was. Okay, part of it is not working.
Yeah.
And for probably reasons and I think 1 or 2 of the pylons had to be adjusted because of the people mover track.
Okay.
I don't know that for sure, but I seem to remember hearing that there was something that had to happen there. But I think they look neat. And at one point, the lighting on the pylons was synchronized with the lighting around the airport core, because the upper deck now has that edge lighting.
Yeah.
And at one point they all were kind of synchronized, where they were all and I don't think they are anymore. But it was neat to see that when it happened.
Yeah.
So
I forgot about those lights around the horseshoe.
Well, you can't see them from here probably. And,
no.
I mean, you basically have to be there, and
more than likely you don't really
that you can see them are fairly limited, because if you're on the upper deck, you can't see them because they're down there.
Right.
Most of the lower deck is beneath them, so the only place you can see them is the parking garages.
So let me ask you: ever gone into the old theme building?
Not recently. A long time ago, there used to be an employee cafeteria in the
lower part,
or the lower level. But there used to be a cafeteria down there, and it was the one place as a controller where you could get some kind of food while you were on shift.
Interesting.
Because it's somewhat different now, but it used to be that all the food available on the airport was on the air side, which meant you had to go through security.
Right.
And of course, going through security is a bit bigger deal now than it used to be. And and time and so forth, and so the one opportunity to go get food was to run next door to
Interesting.
and they closed that That was before the pandemic, I believe. I remember being disappointed when they did it.
You never went upstairs to the encounters?
No, I always thought that
No.
some special occasion. Of course, now it's gone.
Yeah.
Because they apparently, the contractor running the encounter did not renew their contract when it came up. And they were also the ones running the facility downstairs, the cafeteria.
What's the official name for the is Bob Hope on the
Oh, it's
bottom?
the USO. Yeah, it's
USO.
It's the USO Bob Hope now.
Is that where the cafeteria was? Is that area, or is that
Part
something
of it.
different?
Yeah, yeah, because I think they're on the ground level.
Okay.
The cafeteria didn't have the whole space. There were offices and things in there, and there always were. But yeah, it was down there. I don't know if there's anything going on upstairs anymore. There used to be an observation deck, and I don't think that's open.
It's still up there too. Apparently, I asked LAX because I asked them for a tour of the old tower.
Yeah.
And I said, can I also get a tour of the theme building? And he said, well, we'll ask, but they probably don't want you to see it. And I said, well, why not?
Because it's a vacant
and they showed
building.
me photos of me inside the theme building. That restaurant Encounters, it closed down in, 2013?
Quite a while ago now.
Nobody's been in there since 2013. There's menus sitting on
basically
the table
they just,
still.
at the end, close the business one day. They, lock the door and.
I think the whiteboard still has the specials
hopefully
of the
they
day from
emptied the
2013.
refrigerators before they went.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could probably turn it into a restaurant working again.
Oh, yeah. With millions of dollars, yes.
Yeah. Well, the health department, of course, is going to be the big deal. But, but it's, as far as I know, it's all still there.
Apparently, LAX doesn't want to spend the money. The city doesn't want to spend money on redoing it. They're looking for an investor to come in and basically take over that building.
Well, because they can't knock it down. That's a historic landmark. And you may remember, this is before you were streaming, but there was a period in the early aughts where they redid a lot of that building, 2007, 2008, because the original stucco or whatever that's, there's a metal framework underneath all that, but the stucco or whatever it is, it's the covering had started to fail to the point where there was water intrusion, and it was going to get to the point where it was going to fall down because chunks were going to start falling off of it, which of course you can't have because people walk around underneath it. Right. And water intrusion also was going to threaten the structural integrity of the steel underneath. So, and it took a year or two where they basically took all that stuff off and redid it. So, that I'm sure it cost a lot of money. Yeah. And probably the biggest issue is that the city is going to want somebody to come in and pay for what needs to be done. And anybody who has that kind of money is going to be looking at the possible return on investment. If I spend, I don't know, say $10 million refurbishing this building or whatever it takes to, am I going to be able to then run a business and make my money back?
I think there's one company out there, and it's a company that owns the TWA Hotel there in New York. They do this with a lot of places. Yeah, they're very good at doing that. And when I was out there a year ago, I said, you guys really got to look at the theme building. They're looking for someone to come in and basically take it over. You guys could obviously have a great restaurant. Yeah. The thing is, I don't know, could they put a few buildings in there for some hotel rooms? I don't know if there's enough space.
That's the thing, yeah. Could you do some sort of hotel? Because
I would think they would have to get their money back.
Well, and I'm sitting here trying to picture, because there are a couple of little parking lot, empty lots adjacent to it on either side of the street, and they've been for the last number of years, they've been used as staging areas for the construction. And on the other side, there are temporary buildings for offices that have been displaced by, some other construction. So in the near term, that space probably is not available, but it could theoretically be, down the way.
Do you think LAX needs something like that, where it's like a boutique type hotel that's kind of? Did you hear about the new Pan Am hotel? Did you hear about that?
No.
You know where they're building it? Commerce. You know where the Citadel outlets are?
Yeah.
The casino out there? Yes.
Okay.
Apparently it's a Hilton property, and they're building a Pan Am expired hotel.
That's an interesting place for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no doubt there's some sort of aviation connection to that general area, just because there's some sort of aviation connection to basically everything in the Los Angeles
Rita would
area.
know.
But
Rita.
Yeah, Rita.
Is there any aviation connection to the Citadel area? Nothing.
Nothing
It
at
was
all?
just a tire company. General Tire. They made tires. Did they make aviation tires there?
Airplane Maybe. Well, because I mean, you're getting sort of closest to sort of. I mean, because you've got Burbank up that way.
Yes. Well, yeah. There's
And of
a lot
course,
of aviation.
Burbank has a lot of aviation history, almost all of which is gone now. But Lockheed was there for the 20s, 30s, 40s. Amelia Earhart's airplane was built in Burbank.
Yeah.
And a lot of other stuff since has been built in Burbank, and now most of that is a mall. You can drive down the 5 freeway, and they've got they've got the silhouettes of the airplanes that were built there are now markers for the mall. Yeah, there's a Connie, and there's various other airplanes.
military.
Yeah, there's a P-38, there's a P-80 Shooting Star, and
What's that, Rita?
Was in Glendale.
Glendale, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that was, or the
I always talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Pee Wee's Big Adventure? His first movie, Pee
way
Wee's Big
back.
Adventure.
Oh my gosh.
Do you remember the scene when he goes to the bus terminal and he's saying goodbye to his girlfriend or whatever?
Kind of.
She goes, "Au revoir, Pee Wee. Au revoir, Pee Wee."
Au revoir.
That was the old
Glendale
Airport.
Terminal. I didn't know that.
Which now Disney has taken over that property and turned it into a conference hall or whatever.
Yeah, well, Disney owns everything. So, I know we've got Lufthansa pushing back. In their,
Flight 457 heading back to Frankfurt. We'll be heading to the north side.
most likely. It's rare, but that one came over here. Unless 24 left was closed, in which case they had to.
They're pretty much done with construction on the north side at this point, aren't they?
As far as I
Echo
know,
and everything?
I know there's still some sort of construction on this side from some taxiway stuff tie-in. It's down here. I know there was some service road work that they needed to do. So with this end of the airport, that was going to involve closed taxiways for a while. I don't really know where that stuff is. They finally took me off the email list, so I'm not getting for quite a while I was still getting the emails from our construction people. Saying, okay, this is the next phase, and this is what's going to be closed, and these are the procedures we're going to use to, and so I'm not in the know anymore from that angle. But I do remember that was stuff over here for the service road was upcoming. So.
Yeah, well, all that construction work on the north side. Boy, the days were good here on the south side with the A380s and 747s taking off.
All the big airplanes came over here for good while. I mean, not a year, but many months.
How often?
2 episodes that I remember that we had to do that.
Yeah, I mean, that was some major construction. How often does something like that happen to an airport, especially LAX? Is that every 20 years or so?
Probably.
Okay.
That's. I mean, if you sit there
Adam will be here broadcasting the next time.
Well, Adam may have to work it. So study up, Adam. That's learn your airport restrictions.
I'll be long retired by then.
Well,
next
maybe.
time.
Maybe you can come. You can sub in for him while he's on.
Yes.
But that's for any airport. Stuff like that is one of the big challenges for a controller that's reporting to a new facility. Just like pilots have to train every time they get into a new kind of airplane. Controllers go back into training anytime you go to a new airport because the runways are different, the taxiways are different, the mountains are different, or whatever. I mean, they're all this. The rules don't change. The planes cannot hit. That is rule number 1.
Yes.
But all the subsidiary rules that we have to make sure that doesn't happen, how you apply them at every airport is different based on the local conditions. And so most airports don't have to worry about the fact that a 380 won't fit on this taxiway, but it will on that one, because it just won't fit at all.
Yeah.
You know, Burbank doesn't have this problem.
Yes.
Ontario does, but Burbank doesn't. Long Beach doesn't. But I'm sure they have their own, you know, restrictions that I'm not aware of because I don't have to work it. So
You know,
what do we got?
Denver is getting the A380 for the very first time.
Are they really?
Yes.
Who's bringing it in?
Oh, Lufthansa. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've got LAX has sent several really good people to Denver, so you know,
Okay. Also, they
they'll
would be
fine.
familiar with it then.
Oh yeah, that'll be old hat to them. Say, oh yeah, this
Yeah.
thing again, and yeah, so they'll show them how to do it. So,
Okay.
but yeah, no, we've sent a handful of people to Denver over the years. Some of our best people went to Denver. It's like, wait a moment,
Is Denver
come back.
Obviously, Denver is much more of a challenge than LAX. I mean, that airport is
I
just
hear it
so
snows.
spread out, right?
That airport is, it's kind of like DFW. Our entire airport would fit in some little backwater of that airport. And at one point, it may have actually had the largest area of any airport in the country. I don't know if that's still the case. But,
Might be, yeah.
It was, I mean, tens of thousands of acres.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I've flown through Denver as a passenger a number of times, and you know, it's actually very well laid out. But they've got room to do stuff that we just...
I was going to say,
you know,
they're not going to have any problems with the A380, right?
I shouldn't think so.
Okay.
I don't know if the airport was built with that airplane in mind. That was a little too... Because, I mean, that airport, if you recall, replaced Stapleton.
Right.
Which, you know, that's a flash from the past, because that's a name that no one's thought about in years. So you figure the time, you know, we talked about when they started planning for that control tower.
Right.
Think about when they had to start planning for an entire airport. I mean, that takes easily decades from the plan and where it's going to be, and there's going to be so many. I mean, look at the mess we're trying to have just building a train from here to Bakersfield or wherever. And nobody wants it in their backyard, and environmental this and property that. And so.
But you were around, I mean, obviously, besides installing A380 gates, which was a big deal here.
Oh, it was a big deal.
It wasn't
there's
just the
only
gates.
like, I think 8 or 10 gates here that can accommodate a 380.
Right.
And some of them are out there.
But in terms of the taxiways, did they have to readjust and widen some of the taxiways for the A380s? Did they have to do stuff like that?
They may have done. I honestly, at this point, don't remember. One of the reasons that runway 25 left was rebuilt and moved was to allow for a taxiway in between, but also you can do pretty much anything with a 380 on runway 25 left.
Okay.
There are restrictions with what's on the taxiway next to it, but you have the same problem on the north side.
So 25 left was brought farther south?
25 left was brought farther south just enough where we could put that centerline taxiway in between the runways.
Oh, interesting.
Because that did not, when I got to LAX way back in the day, you know, that taxiway didn't exist.
Interesting.
Instead, we had a bunch of angled taxiways that basically came off of 25 left, crossed 25 right into, you know, the inner core of the airport. And one of the challenges as a tower controller training at that time was knowing what you could put, which airplane you could put on every one of those taxiways, because they were all slightly different. And there goes JetBlue. I like that JetBlue paint job. I think I've said that before, with the chiclets on the tail. Well, it's blue. Yeah, it's blue.
Makes sense.
So, yeah, it makes much more sense than the red one.
Well, I remember we were talking about the addition of Terminal 9, which was going to be the Star Alliance terminal, basically. You said that they were going to put an A380 gate, more than likely for that Lufthansa A380. But you were saying that was going to be a challenge to get that A380 over to that corner of the airport.
Yeah, I remember our construction and our procedures people were really unhappy, to be honest, with the concept of putting the 380 over there, because the taxiways over there on that side of this runway complex, taxiway Bravo and Charlie, for those of y'all playing at home, can't take a 380. The only place you can have a 380 is on the inner taxiway, which is Charlie, from basically this point on down. You can't have it on Bravo at all because it shuts down the runway. There's some provisions where, you know, if we have to, we can, but it takes coordination with the airport and all sorts of things have to happen. But as a regular procedure, the 380 cannot be on taxiway Bravo. That's the taxiway closest to runway 25 right, which is how you would expect it to get to a terminal down there, because that's how all these airplanes you see here now, that's how a lot of them got there, is they go down taxiway Bravo or taxiway Charlie.
Right.
You can't put a 380 on either one of those taxiways here. And so the discussion was the 380 would have to cross, assuming it didn't land on 25 left, it would have to somehow get to taxiway Alpha, which is the one right in front of us here.
It can make a left-hand turn right there, right?
It can make a left turn here. It has done. You know, we have done.
I'm talking about this right here on Lima.
Yeah, it's taxiway Lima. Because that's where we bring them across all the time. You know, if it's coming across, we'll bring the 748 or the 380 will come across the runways here and then join taxiway Alpha going either the 25 left or 7 right, depending on what the situation is. But it was, the discussion was that you'd have to do that. The airplane would taxi down to basically taxiway Golf, which is the taxiway right in front of Signature Aviation and the Singapore air freight ramp. And then it would have to cross both runways again so that it could go straight into the terminal. And when it came out, it basically have to do that exact thing in reverse to get to 25 left, or, you know, shudder to think that it would have to go over the north side, which means it'd do that, come back down to here, do that, and one of the big concerns we have as controllers is airplanes crossing the runway, whether you mean them to or not, particularly if you don't mean them to and they do it anyway. We've seen that happen here. We've seen times where they tried to do it here. There have been, you know, incidents. We talked earlier about the media incidents that have been occurring this year, and a couple of those incidents were airplanes that crossed the runway that they weren't supposed to. And so anytime you can set up a scenario where the airplane does not have to cross the runway in the first place, you've just made it a little bit safer. And by creating a scenario where an airplane is theoretically going to have to cross 2 runways twice just to get to its gate, and then do it again to leave, never mind all the restrictions on it won't fit between the runways and all the other stuff that we've talked about. But every single one of those crossing, you know, is a little bit of safety margin that you've just taken away. And it's in the plans. And eventually Terminal 9
could
eventually happen.
But they're probably thinking that by the time that's built, A380s will be long gone. At least,
I don't know.
They're hoping.
Well, they may be hoping. I honestly don't give them that much credit. Well, because if they're hoping the 380s are going to be gone, they wouldn't be planning for a gate in the first place. So, and the 380s, it seems like there's been a bit of resurgence of 380s, where some of the carriers that have them have definitely, you know, they're holding on to them for the long term. I suspect that a couple of the carriers that have gotten rid of theirs maybe had some second thoughts along the way. I mean, we saw that with Lufthansa, who initially, during the pandemic, basically said, we're done. And then it's like, well, maybe not quite yet. You know,
I mean, Tater, I've been saying this, and Captain Chris, Virgin Atlantic pilot, who's very connected to Airbus, he agreed with me. I've always said, I think there's going to be a new Neo version of the A380, and he said, I think there's a good chance they'll bring it back.
That could definitely happen. I mean, the production line wasn't shut down all that long ago. And Airbus had plans, at least on paper, for a stretched Airbus, for a stretched 380. It was going to be a 380-900. And you can kind of see that in the bones of the ones we have now, because you look at it and it's like, man, that airplane kind of looks kind of stubby.
Yes.
And it was designed basically from the get-go with the idea that that could be stretched.
Yeah.
Kind of like the 777 or the 350. I mean, basically all the Airbus airplanes have that same sort of business model where, okay, we got the 320, we can make it a little shorter, we can make it a little longer. The 330, 340 series, same thing. There's 330-200s, there's 330-300s.
Right.
You know, then in the 340, there was a 2, there was a 3, there was a 4, 6. And, you know, the 340-600 looks like a great big version of the stretched DC-8s from a generation ago.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's from an airplane, you know, designing, it's why not? You know,
Well,
if you
I keep on saying this. There was a reason for the double decker in terms of getting as many seats.
Oh, absolutely.
They said gate space in the future was going to, it wasn't going to be very much gate. So how can we relieve that? Well, let's create a double decker with more seats. We'll relieve the gate space or whatever. So I think that hasn't changed. I think that's still the same. I think there's still a need for those.
I think so. And, you know, especially when we remember that outside of the U.S., and maybe some other countries, you can put a lot more seats in those airplanes than you can here.
Yeah.
And, I mean, at one point, you could theoretically put something like 500 people in one of these airplanes. And in super density arrangements. So, you know, the double-decker makes, I mean, we have double-decker buses.
Yeah.
Double-decker train cars.
Makes sense.
Why not a double, I mean, and that's, I mean, Boeing started, you think about, you know, the 747 always had, you know, and in later models they stretched the upper deck.
Right.
I saw somewhere, but there were design studies to make the whole thing a double deck, but the math didn't work for them, or they didn't think there was a market, or what have you.
By the way, did you hear Thai can now fly back into the U.S.? Will we see Thai come back to Los Angeles?
Well, I know that was something I heard was in the works before I left, was that we might get Thai back.
Yeah.
And that was
a big player here, wasn't it?
Well, they have a nonstop from here to Bangkok. And those were, it's kind of like the Singapore nonstop from here to Singapore, where it was a really long flight, and was almost a prestige thing as anything, because they were doing it with 340 500s and 600s.
Okay.
Mainly the 500. And the Airbus 340 500 is an oddball. It's basically a flying gas tank. Well, think of a generation before that, the 74 Stubby.
Yeah.
You know, the short
SP,
74, the 74S, they only made, you know, double digits, like 50 or something like that. But for a while, the long-range airline flights were done with 74s, you know, 74S is technically what it was called. You know, folks call it the Stubby. It's a funny-looking thing.
So it was the S and not the SP? I thought it was the SP.
It may be the SP.
Okay, SP.
You know, but it very definitely is a, you know, basically it's a 74-200 series that's 100 feet shorter, or 50 feet shorter. I mean, there's one in the museum in Tucson at the Pima.
Oh, there is. Okay.
The Sophia Observatory airplane.
Oh, yeah, Sophia.
Right into. I just saw that just last week, and I knew it had been grounded.
One of the casinos in Vegas has one, and it got damaged, and now it's not flying anymore.
Yeah, that's another one of those where at some point the math just doesn't make sense. The fuel burn versus the crew requirements, because those are a 3-man cockpit. You've got a flight engineer for those. And whereas all the airplanes we're looking at now, I can't think of an airplane that's in production now that needs a flight engineer. Somebody in the comments will crowd check that for us, but you know, DC-10 was probably the last one that we saw a lot of here, or the 74-200.
Well, think about the DC-10 with FedEx.
FedEx.
They took a lot of those and re-engineered the cockpit to the glass cockpit.
Well, they basically took out the MD-11 cockpit layout and put it on the DC-10. For a while, those were called MD-10s.
Right.
And there was, I remember, because that was actually happening while I was in Memphis. where, of course, every FedEx goes to Memphis. And I remember being told at the time that the only way you could visually see that you could identify a DC-10 versus an MD-10 was one of the antennas on top of the plane moved. It's like, oh, if the antenna is here, it's an MD-10. And I don't remember what antenna it was or which way it went, but I remember at the time that was how a controller looking out the window could tell, oh, that's an MD-10 because the antenna is
interesting.
And that's probably something that only controllers in Memphis would need to know that.
Yeah.
And of course now they're all gone. I mean, FedEx eventually converted all their airplanes, and all the 10s at this point I think have been parked.
Yes, they're all gone. Yeah.
They still have some 11s.
Yes.
But yeah, all the 10s, at least FedEx's 10s, have been parked. But yeah, those were some of the last flight engineer requiring airplanes. You know, the DC-10s, the Trisar required a flight engineer. Of course, those are extinct also.
Yeah.
I think there's only one of those left flying, period. The other one, besides the early generations of the 747, would be the 727.
Yes.
That was a three-man cockpit. I did my flight engineer class on the 727 systems because that was, back in the day, that was there were loads of those things.
Yeah.
And they all, as far as I know, no one ever, modified those to not require a flight engineer. That was the big step that Boeing made from the 727 to the 737, because all the 737s have been a two-place cockpit from day one, and that was a huge, huge change because that's one whole crew member you don't have to have. So, and everybody's followed. All these Airbuses, I think, have always been two-place cockpits, with maybe the exception of the early 300s, I don't know. But all these narrow-body Airbuses are two-place cockpits, all the ones they're building now.
And now they just want one.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, airplanes can fly with none.
Yeah.
I mean, the military does that now, but I think it'll be a while before we get to that point with civilian passengers. Not saying it will never happen, but it'll be a while. I know there have been moves to try and go to one pilot for freight operations. And that happens in little bitty airplanes. I can go fly my Cessna all by myself.
Yeah.
But about the biggest airplane you can do that with are the Caravans and the Pilatus PC-12s that were being flown by, what was that outfit?
Oh, the ones here?
Yeah, the ones here.
The one that goes to Imperial.
Yeah,
yes.
that one. Somebody help us! Who is that airplane?
Yes.
Because that carrier has changed names a couple of times in my memory, just because they got bought or merged with another carrier that did the same thing. Because I think the carrier that's doing it is actually based out of Hawaii, where they do a whole bunch of islands, and it's Mahalo.
Mahalo, yes.
Because for a while that was their call sign, and now it's, I think, Friendly, which is the English.
Did anybody say anything in the chat? Let's see.
But there are others.
Southern Airways. Southern Airways. Yes.
Yeah. But those are about the biggest airplane that you can put into commercial service with one pilot, and the limitation is 9 seats. Anything bigger than that, you've got to have 2, and then start getting into requirements for cabin staff as well. So
we got our friend Matt. Hey, Matt, what's up? How's it going? Special delivery from Rudy.
Oh,
well, look at this.
Couldn't be here in person, but he sent
cookies. Cookies from Matt.
Treats. We got treats.
Look at this.
Treats,
How awesome is that?
That is awesome.
The main
Way to
cookie
go,
says,
Rudy.
happy birthday, now arriving. Kevin Ray, 50, arriving from 49. There's also a plane jockey, Kevin, 50.
Oh,
what's
that is cool.
Oh, registration number. Oh, the runway. My gosh.
Nice.
Very good.
Runway
Very good, Matt.
50.
Can we see Matt? Here, Matt, come over here. And wave to that camera. This is Matt. He has a cookie company as well as working in aviation as well. Custom Cookies. I'm sorry, Custo Cookies by Matt.
That's awesome.
Thank you. All from Rudy. Well, thank you, Rudy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good job. Hand delivered. Well,
Yeah.
thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you. Good to meet you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Did you get a new goodie bag?
Oh.
Well, let's get you a new goodie bag.
I'm not checked out on goodie bags.
Don't leave here empty-handed.
Never, ever, ever. So,
well, good to see you, Matt. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, Rudy. Well,
yeah. Were they
How's
the
that?
ones that did the cookies for my retirement party? Was that?
yes.
Those were
not your
awesome.
no, the
I'm
New Year's
shaking your
Eve.
hand anyway.
New Year's Eve.
No, my retirement party.
Oh, you're talking about the right. Yeah. Your retirement party, New Year's Eve. Yes. Yes. Matt did those cookies.
People
yes.
mispronounce Tater's retirement party as New Year's Eve, but we all know, and it's just like some people were mispronouncing Kevin's birthday as Earth Day.
Yes.
Yeah. But, hey, you do you, and, we have cookies from Rudy. So, thank you.
Thank you, Matt. All right, we do have British Airways 777 300 ER now rolling down at 25 right here on the south side. That was Green Air Flight 11 coming in from Seoul heading to the gate.
There are other 748 operator here, passenger operator.
Air China is the only other one.
Yeah, are they still doing that?
No.
I've only seen that a couple of times, and it was always a surprise.
Tater, today I will tell you the story. So they were flying, Air China was flying the 747-8 during the pandemic. March of 2020, I was at one of the parking garages on the north side. I was out there. Got some great 4K video of it arriving and taking off there on the north side. Great video.
Yeah.
And about 6 months later, maybe a year later, I get a message from one of our fans, and I had not, live streaming had not started, nothing. All it was on the channel was the video. I got a message from someone that said, so-and-so, I think your video, the Air China 747, is in their political ad. I said, what?
Oh, no.
Well, I didn't get any message about that. So the ad
I don't think that counts as fair use.
I start seeing it playing. I start seeing it playing on the network news, on their ad. There it is. And what they did is they took the video, they erased my logo,
of course,
and put Fox News on a date. They even went as far as there was a car that was going down at Lincoln Boulevard. They went in and erased the car, so they were trying to disguise the video.
Yeah.
So of course I lawyered up on it, and the lawyer contacted that political person and said, "Listen, you can't do this." They fought it and said, "No, it's fair use." They said, "No, it's not fair use." It went back forth, back forth, to the point where I said, "I'm done. I don't have any more money to fight this."
That's what they do.
Yeah,
that's not going to get political anymore, Nyari, but that's considered by certain people good business.
Yeah.
So,
well, the moral of the story is I got great video of the Air China 747.
All right. So, well, there you go.
It's been a while since they brought it here. I think that was the last time we saw it here.
Yeah, that was
maybe
an oddity
since then.
So, yeah, because for when I got to LAX, they brought in 747-400s.
Oh, wow.
And and of course, all of these carriers used to did. They used to do this, they used to do that. But the sneaky one was Lufthansa, because Lufthansa brought both for a while. And you had to be very careful which one you were talking to, because you could do stuff with one of them that you couldn't do with the other. And there were a couple of times where, that kind of got by somebody, and somebody else looks up and was like, "Whoa, what's that airplane doing there?" And it's like, scramble. So, nobody got hurt or anything, but there were definitely some exciting moments over the years, when we had both of them. I don't know if they still have the 400s at all. I haven't seen one here in quite a while.
No, I believe the only airline flying the 400 at this point is Lufthansa.
So, and of course we have lots of freighters that are 400s.
Yeah.
And the last 200s we had were freighters, but well, for Air Force One. Air Force, you know, the 747s that they use for Air Force One are variations of the 200 series.
Later today, we saw a 200 in Hawaii. You know what it was? It was the what do you call it? The EB4. It was the
one with the Air Force birds.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And we lost all our internet as it took off. It just
what a
sucked it all.
Yeah.
Sucked it all up.
That's the funniest thing.
Yeah.
So but yeah, no, the Air Force does have, you know, besides the VIP ones that we know of as, you know, Air Force One from time to time. They only get to be Air Force One when the president is on board, by the way. The rest of the time, they use a different call sign. A lot of times it's SAM, which is Special Air Mission, but we have lots of other aircraft that come through here using the SAM call sign. And that's Hawaiian, isn't it?
That is the first Hawaiian we've gotten on the show. This will be heading to Terminal 6. It's wearing the Moana. Is it Moana?
Is it? I don't know. I was about to ask you.
Movie special livery.
So, but now on the topic of Hawaiian, I heard just a couple of days ago that they are planning to pull their Dreamliners out of LAX.
Yeah.
You know, after
up to Seattle.
Yeah, up to Seattle. That's later this year, like after the summer. Yeah, apparently they're consolidating the Dreamliners to Hawaii into Seattle.
And I had heard a rumor a long time ago.
They're now owned by Alaska, who's based in Seattle, but, you know. So.
I had heard a rumor a long time ago, and it seems like all the cards right now are kind of playing, they're landing where what I had heard about 6 months ago is kind of coming true.
It takes, it takes time to...
The rumor that I had heard, and this one kind of, when I heard that they're moving the Dreamliners up to Seattle, the rumor was that those Dreamliners were going to go into the Alaska fleet up in Seattle. The rumor was that the Dreamliners were going to be based out of Seattle, and they were going to be part of the Alaska fleet. Now, if that still comes true, I don't know. I think we're still in the early stages of all this.
I hadn't heard that. That would be a big deal because Alaska's, I don't think, ever had wide bodies.
So to replace the aging A330s, they were going to do the A330 Neos. They were going to replace them with Neos, those A330s.
Oh, okay. So they're going to stick with both.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it seemed like they were coming up with a deal with Airbus for those A330 Neos, but the Dreamliners were going to be brought over to the Alaska side. Thanks again, Matt.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
So we'll see what happens.
Well,
but all the cards are they're being played right now.
Yeah, and I remember when Alaska, initiated the Hawaiian, not really a merger yet, anyway. But the original line was that they were going to operate, basically independently.
Yeah.
So, but that doesn't mean you can't mix and match the assets, I guess. It's all the same.
Alaska's going to use the Hawaiian A330s to go over to, was it Tokyo or Seoul?
Oh, really?
Out of Seattle. So,
you're ahead of me on that one. I had not heard that at all.
It's like this airline over, they're like, oh, we have these
all
for
these
the
airplanes.
first time.
What can we do with it?
Yeah, what can we do with it?
So, to be honest, the Neos would be great for that.
Yeah.
I mean, because Delta's got the 330 Neos, and they've been using them. They started flying them out of here a year-ish ago, maybe a year and a half ago, I forget now, but fairly recently. And some of the stuff they're doing with them is going places that they never went before from here. I think that the Neo gives them some operational capability that did not exist with the earlier versions.
Yes, we'll see what happens. Of course, can't really see the Hawaiian going over there to Terminal 6. We're blocked by this good old Aeromexico building over here.
Yeah. Well,
let me get to the Super Chats back. Back to the Super Chats here real quick.
Yes, please.
Alpha Bravo with a $10 Super Chat. Thank you so much, Alpha Bravo. Says happy birthday and Earth Day, Kevin. And great to see you. Later, Tater.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alpha Bravo. Iceman1775 with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Iceman. Says, wishing you a fantastic happy birthday, Kevin. There's no better way to celebrate your birthday than doing what you love. Also, great hearing all the great information from legendary Later Tater.
You're all getting carried away with this legend thing, but thank you.
Well, you are.
Yeah.
Avery Peak Outdoors with a $5 super chat says, hello everyone from Maine. Great show as always, Kevin. Thank you.
I have an uncle that lives in Maine.
Yeah?
Yeah. I couldn't tell you where, but
somewhere up there,
if
right?
you see a guy driving around in a Morris Minor, tell him hi from...
what's a Morris Minor?
Morris Minor is an English car from the 50s and 60s. It looks kind of like a VW Bug. And he's got several of them. It was a family thing from their generation, so I can't imagine there's many of them up there. So if you see one, tell him that his nephew Later Tater says hi.
He'll
have no idea what you're talking about. It'll be great.
One of our great mods, Associate Emily with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Emily. Says happy birthday to you, Kevin. Wishing you a year full of happiness and avial-tastic adventures. You're so appreciated by us all to a spectacular 5.0.
Yeah, I like that 5.0.
You like that?
Yeah. I mean, you got runway 50 clear for takeoff.
I like that.
Off you go. To the wild blue yonder. That's all the words I know.
Alex 2009 with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Alex. This afternoon, Kevin. I went inside the tower back in 2014. Dorkfest that year was hosted by Singapore Airlines. Hope they let you up there one day. You think they'd let me up there?
Yeah, if we don't tell them who you are. No,
I think it's too late. I think they already know.
I don't. Getting you up there is not the problem.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't be able to do, so, and, I mean, what's the point?
Yeah,
I mean, it would be neat to go see it, but you can't.
I run a video channel.
Yeah, you wouldn't have really much of it. I mean, you could take a picture at the front gate.
Yeah.
And say, yeah, well,
No, we're talking about the old tower.
Oh, now the old tower, the FAA doesn't control that. That belongs to LAWA, the Los Angeles World Airports. Knock yourself out.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you can, So
I think it would be great to do a video.
Oh, it would be.
Tour.
Well, and it wouldn't be the worst place to do, some actual video if they let
Does
you.
it smell like 1950s up there? You know what I'm talking about? That stench of
old close
carpet,
up
wood.
Yes, it kind of sort of does. So, sorry.
No, I like that. I mean, that kind of brings back the history of the whole thing. I think I would like that. Mr. Santa Claus. Well, look at that. Even Santa Claus coming to the party here today. Says, ho, ho, ho. Happy 50th birthday, Kevin. Well, thank you, Santa.
There you go.
Aviation Mike, one of our great mods, with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Mike. Says, happy birthday, Kevin. I'm thrilled to spend your birthday with you virtually. Good to have you, Mike.
Oh, that's cool.
One of our great mods.
You'd have some awesome mods.
Yes, we do.
We don't give them a credit, but you have some awesome mods because they're behind the scenes. Other than the occasional shout out, most people don't even know they're there.
No.
And honestly, that's in a lot of ways like what controllers do. Most of the time you don't even know we're there because it just everything goes the way it's supposed to. And and that's if you notice I'm there, something's going awry.
Yeah.
But when everything's going the way it's supposed to go, we're invisible.
Right.
And and for mods, it's a lot of the same thing. It's a very sort of low-profile job 99% of the time. And so it's very easy to not even realize that they're there or all the work they have to do completely behind the scenes.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. And by the way, speaking of, are you going to come to our 24-hour live broadcast at Top DH Hotel? This year we have a theme. It's called Camp AVL.
Oh, okay.
And our mods that are going to be there are going to be the camp counselors with whistles.
With whistles. All right. Well, this sounds like fun.
Yes. Yeah, we need you.
Oh, that's going to be June 20th, isn't it?
June 20th, yeah.
That's a summer solstice.
Are you a night owl?
More than a morning person.
Okay, good. Because we need to fill the air in that,
Yeah, well, there's definitely a
Go around.
Yeah.
Back a little bit.
Oh, I just heard go around. Did you hear that?
I did.
Delta 422 Heavy will track the local landing at 3,000.
It's a heavy jet. They're at 3,000. That's
Oh,
interesting.
there it is. It's number 2. Of course,
Okay.
it's blocked by the pole here. Number 2.
I've got a
let's see.
chainsaw. We could do something about that. But
Delta, flight 422, coming in from Honolulu.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a look
Here,
at
let's turn
Apparently
up
not.
the
what we
ATC.
have here. So I'll get back with you in a short while. Okay, are you going to need extended vectors? Yes. Controller no, or for them to vector you back around? Copy, thank you. Okay, so let them know you need delayed vector thing. Copy.
yeah.
So what does that mean?
Heavy Kennedy,
It's-
heavy, contact ground point 75.
That sounds...
Well, the tower controller's asking the flight crew if they need extra
25
time.
left, going Alpha ground point 75.
And you
That
can
sounds like a issue with the plane, right?
well,
Alpha
it does.
and join, what was it?
November 7, November Golf, Echo back, cross runway 25 right, cross runway 25 left.
Still got his gear down, too.
Yeah. Well, and that may be.
Delta, cross runway 25 left, 25 left, and contact ground point 75.
Yep, on
Yeah.
Alpha, we'll give them a call, 2075.
Runway heading.
Yeah.
Runway heading, Delta 422 Heavy.
So 422 is the one going around.
Right. Yeah. Got him here, and you probably heard that at one point. The controller's asking questions, and the pilot's like, "I'll get back to you," because a go around is a very high workload time for the flight crew, because you go from landing the plane to not landing the plane.
Right.
And you basically just turned it into a departure. And in this case, they're going around because something's going on. Yeah, as you can see, the gear is still down, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it may mean something. Because normally, when you go around, you're turning into a takeoff, and the gear
Right.
comes up. So
Delta 422 heavy, fly heading 236.
236, Delta 422 Heavy.
Delta 422 heavy, contact token departure 124.3.
243, Delta 422 Heavy.
So you heard the controller turn into a 236 heading. That basically gives us separation between this airplane and anything happening on the north side, which will be on the 251 heading. It's a 76, isn't it?
It looks to me like his front landing gear is down, but the back 2 are up.
Well, that's going to make a rough landing. It did look that
Would it be a hydraulic issue, possibly?
It could be. The gear on most of the big airplanes is at least partially hydraulic. So, and him asking
You don't have your binoculars, dude.
for...
Do you have your binoculars?
Yeah, nowadays in the clouds. So, well, and
Never
we
mind,
see,
Rita.
I mean, the airplane, you probably noticed as he flew by that we heard the controller assign the pilot 3,000, and the clouds are below that. So this cloud deck is 2,000-ish, probably. Yeah, it's the marine layer, and we get this regularly. Here it is at top of the hour.
It is top of the hour.
It is top of the hour, by coincidence.
All right, 4 p.m. Well, just after 4 p.m. I'm Plane Jockey Kevin, joined today on my birthday with the legendary Later Tater. We're here at Imperial Hill. Thanks, you guys, for tuning in as we continue on. So my question for the control tower in circumstances like this, if it is a problem with the aircraft, do you guys now start preparing to start moving things around, or what's the next step in this?
The next step, short term, is what does the flight crew need? Because it all depends on what they need for, because they're the ones flying the plane. They know what's wrong with it, if anyone does. And so, they're probably going to want certain things. They might want the equipment standing by, particularly if it's a landing gear issue. They'll almost certainly want the equipment standing by. And they may request a particular runway. Chances are they'll request 25 right because technically it's longer, although realistically it's not. And the reason is, if you look at the chart, you'll see that 25 right is 1,000 feet longer than 25 left. However, that first 1,000 feet down there is not usable to landing airplanes. And so the it actually, for a landing, is no longer than 25 left.
Interesting.
25 left is our preferred emergency runway. It's wider, so especially if you've got a landing gear issue, the wider runway would be the place you probably would want to be. But the pilot gets to make the call, and that isn't necessarily their primary concern.
Well, let me ask you this, because we've seen a lot of alert twos where the trucks, the ARF trucks come out.
Oh, yeah,
It
and they've
seems
got
to me like the pilots, sometimes the pilots are kind of annoyed by that. They think, well, geez, we really didn't need that, but thank you. Who's making that call? Is it somebody in the tower?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're the ones that actually pick up the phone.
Yeah.
That's normally the tower supervisor's job, is to make make that call. But there are, the controllers can declare an emergency, the pilots can declare an emergency, the operator of the aircraft, so the airline, Delta in this particular case, all of those can declare an emergency.
Okay.
Whether the pilot wants to or not. The pilot can, but he's not the only one who can declare the emergency. Pilots a lot of times are reticent to do so because they don't want the attention, they don't want the scrutiny. Basically, every pilot is afraid of the FAA paperwork. Reality is, most of the time there isn't hardly any paperwork. There may be a phone call, but it's, the FAA doesn't send a guy down to the airplane with a shredder to feed your license into. It doesn't work that way. But a lot of pilots are very afraid of the paperwork. And especially for career pilots where, something like any kind of incident can bring your whole career into question. Yeah. And you may not be able to do anything else.
So right now, 422 is just off the coast. Coming back here, there's nothing on Flight Radar that's indicating that there's any issue. Of course, the ARF trucks have not been sent out. No alerts have been coming out. So at this point,
it may be a moment. Because we did hear that they want some extra spacing.
Right.
Chances are what the flight crew wants is they want to go somewhere where they can run their checklists and do all the stuff they need to do to determine, in some cases, what the next thing is to do. If it's a hydraulic issue and they can get the gear down, then that's one thing. If they can't get the gear down, that's another thing. And you read this checklist, and what comes out of this checklist tells you what the next checklist has to be in some cases.
Is someone in constant contact with that flight right now and saying, how's it going? What's going on?
Well, I mean, they're talking to the next controller. Generally, we're trained not to bug them. So, because as a pilot, talking is third on the list. It's ABC. Aviate is the important thing. Navigate is the second thing, and then communicate, which isn't ABC at all. But that's basically what it is. Talking is not their highest priority. It is for us as a controller, because that's the only way I know what's going on in most cases. And it can be frustrating for the controllers because the pilots won't talk to him. It's like, stand by. Because he's got he's got to fly the plane. Flying the plane is the most important thing. And there have been incidents over the years where the pilots got distracted doing something other than flying the plane, and the plane flew itself, or didn't fly itself. And that doesn't always end well. And that's one place where having only two folks up front takes away some of your resources. Whereas the airplanes that have a flight engineer, you've got another guy who can help. A guy who can sit there and read the checklist, a guy who can do some of the checks, whatever. A lot of these international flights, they have almost two full flight crews on the plane. You've got the main crew, and then there's the reserve crew that fills in because the flight's so long that the primary crew has to take a break. And in some sort of emergency, you may well have all of those folks on deck, because at that point, rest time is over. And so you may have somebody flying the plane while the other folks devote their attention to the troubleshooting. It all depends. Basically, it's the captain's call, because at that point, the captain is the one who has the final call. I mean, and so he may divvy up responsibilities, have the first officer, somebody has to actually be flying the plane.
Yeah.
While, other folks do, some of the other work. And sometimes they can delegate some of that to dispatch, because they can send a message to dispatch, hey, we're having a hydraulic issue, or, the coffee pot is broke, or whatever the issue is. And they can get some help from home base, if you will.
So that the aircraft is currently flying over the 110 freeway just west of Compton. So it looks like it's getting
it's
back in
like
line,
it's
right?
It sounds like they're bringing it back, because normally you wouldn't put them there until they're ready to come back. Normally, if we had somebody who wanted to go hold somewhere and run checklists, they'd be out
over the ocean, right?
Catalina or somewhere out. There's some empty space out there where you can kind of give them a little area to be, and you work around them. The 110 freeway is about 5 miles from the runway. That's not the place where you want somebody just hanging out. If you can, But
all right, well,
we'll see how this
should be
plays
about
out.
in the next 10 minutes if it's coming back. Spencer with a super chat says, later Tater, who picks what gate do they go to? What gates?
That's normally assigned by the airline. They handle their own gates. I don't.
Now we're talking more than Tom Bradley. So Tom Bradley, everyone, it's
well, and the Tom Bradley,
around.
that's those are assigned by the airport, because the airport runs those terminals. And I mean, when you were up there in the ramp tower, those guys don't assign the gates either. They have a table showing who's going to what gate and when they're going there and that sort of thing. And they can initiate the process for a gate change. But they're not the ones that assign the gates either.
I think what Spencer, he's talking, because we see it. One day you'll have Air New Zealand head to the older part of Tom Bradley. Next day, they'll be over at the West Gates. Is it just what's available? Is that why they kind of just throw everyone everywhere?
I would assume so, based with having no more information honestly than you do, and a lot of it. If you sat and watched over a long enough period of time, you would probably start seeing patterns, because most days aren't that different from the day before or the day after. I mean, the flight schedules are basically the same. So over time, you can kind of get a pattern where, okay, this airplane normally ends up over here, about this time. But there will be days where the guy on that gate didn't leave. And so there's a scramble.
I think the only one that I know is I asked Captain Chris that same thing. And he said Virgin always parks on the north side because they have the partnership with Deltas. So that's why they're always up there on the north side.
Right. And, the One Worlds and the Sky Alliance? No, Star Alliance.
Star Alliance,
and because there are three sort of big, groups. One World is one, Star Alliance is another, where the different airlines, and they a lot of times are, like One World is American, Qantas, British Airways, and some others that I can't even remember right now. And Star Alliance has theirs. Singapore happens to be Star Alliance. United happens to be Star Alliance. And there are others. But they have marketing arrangements and code share arrangements and stuff where ideally they will be, adjacent, so that stuff can transfer. So.
Did you see the plane that just landed there, Toontown? Did you see Goofy there on the tail?
Yeah.
I do a good Goofy impression.
Do you now? Oh, well, all right. Rudy sings, and we have Goofy making a guest.
What do you think of that?
Yeah. So,
pretty good, right there?
Sure. I'm not going to contest it, but, so yeah.
All right. We do have, looks like Delta number 2. So it is headed back here. No emergency equipment has been dispatched. So
any equipment standing by.
So I think
it's at this point. So they, they apparently gotten it resolved.
Linda Kaminsky, there in Chicago, gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda.
Wow. There's a birthday present for you.
That is quite the present.
Yeah. So, okay. So we'll probably get to see Delta make a normal landing, because if there was anything out of the ordinary at this point, the equipment would have rolled.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So the gear is down, the flaps are down, the brakes are going to work, all that stuff. Because any one of those things would have equipment standing by. One of the things that we're most concerned about is an overweight landing.
Yeah.
Hold short 50 at Juliet.
A no flap landing, because both of those have a higher potential for some sort of, thing to happen on the runway.
They do flybys anymore. Let's say if one of the gear wasn't coming down, the sensor said it was down, it may be down, it may not be down. They do those flybys anymore. They used to back in the day. I've never really seen anything.
I can remember one in, recent memory for me being in the last 2 or 3 years of my career. I remember one that happened at night, because it was late enough at night that we had a police helicopter actually come up close to the airport, and they had their night sun, and they used that to illuminate the belly of the airplane, and we could see it as the plane flew by that the 3 gear were down. That's an unusual situation, to be sure, to have basically a helicopter as your portable spotlight.
Yeah, really.
But that worked out. So I do remember that. Vaguely recall it was an Airbus, but pretty much all of them need the wheels down.
Well, it's looking like all gear is down. It looks like the flaps. Slats okay.
Number 44 Papa Romeo, Los Angeles, car next drive over the marker, only 25 left.
Yeah, and again, looking at what the other airplanes are doing, this is not an emergency. If this was an emergency, those airplanes would not be holding in between the runways. That's one of the normal procedures, is that if there's actually an emergency, you don't want anybody next to the runway where the emergency airplane is going to be. Ideally, you don't want anybody who's going to impede the crash trucks if they have to roll. And so you would have nobody holding in between like that. You would have held, instead of letting that guy take off, you would have had these guys cross.
Okay, Hotel 9er, cross 25 right of Lima, Delta 422 Heavy.
There he is.
Everything looking good, sounding good.
So,
Alright, Hotel 9, cross 25 right on Lima, and then left on Bravo to ground, Delta 422.
Alright, so he's going to come across right here in front of us, and then he's going to make a left turn going towards the beach. So, healthy looking 767-300. Those are good airplanes. Meanwhile, Asiana just rolled out in their 380 on the north side there. For once, we're almost completely ignoring the 380, but it'll be back.
So that flight coming from Honolulu will head up there to the north side. All is good.
All right.
If you're just tuning in, that flight did go around.
939, visual 251.
And we have go-arounds a lot of times. I mean, there are times as a controller I have to send the airplane around. I don't like to, because it's extra work, it's extra flying, it's all the stuff. And just like the pilots are worried about paperwork, controllers are a little concerned about it too, because I send the airplane around. The supervisor is going to want to know, why'd you do that? And I mean, it may be for a totally valid reason. I mean, we don't normally do it just for funsies, but it may be the first sign of some other issue that they need to be paying attention to. And we track those. And so, if a controller seems to be sending a lot of airplanes around, there may be questions of, okay, is there something that isn't happening here that
Right.
you know, is there something you should be doing better instead of sending all these airplanes around? And and it's reviewed by the quality assurance, people downstairs to make sure that we, basically did everything by the book.
Airline doesn't come back to the FAA and say, hey, you got to pay me for that jet fuel that you...
No, not that I'm aware of. But we have had, I have had, pilots say, yeah, that's a $500 go around.
Yeah.
That's going to be how much fuel it takes them to get back. I don't remember what kind of airplane it was that told me that, because the price of jet fuel would...
Someone told me it's about $10,000 on those A380s when they go around.
No kidding.
I don't know if it's that high or not, but geez.
That's a lot of... So, and a lot of that depends on how far you have to go to rejoin the line.
Right.
Because I've seen situations where an airplane goes around and the end of the line is 50 miles away.
Oh boy.
And there's no gaps.
Right.
So
let me get back to the chat here real quick. Gerard, one of our great mods, gifting one Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much. Janet Pinky Todd with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Pinky. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Wishing you all the best for the year that is opening for you. Welcome to the 50s. May God bless you with many more. I sent you an email yesterday awaiting your reply. Take care, my friend. Oh, Pinky, yes, I got your email. I didn't reply. I will reply. But I did announce our JFK dates. The May 28th, May 29th. That's a Wednesday and a Thursday at the end of May. We will be at the TVUA Hotel, but I will give you a response. Thank you so much, Pinky. Avery Peak Outdoors, back with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. The Airport Museum in Houston is awesome. Lots of aircraft and fully restored original Houston Airport. Is that the original Houston Airport?
That's the one at Hobby, I believe. Okay. And I know it's there. I have not personally been to that museum, but I know it's in the original terminal building.
Okay. So like over here at the Flight Path Museum.
Yeah, the Flight Path Museum, which is
one of the old first international terminal here at LAX. Avery Peak Outdoors also becoming a silver member.
All right.
Keelan with a super chat says, happy birthday, Kevin. Hope you guys are well. Well, thank you so much. Doing great. James with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, James. Happy birthday, Kevin. Question for later, Tater. What do you think of the new Careener livery? I think it looks simplistic, but very clean. I was going to ask you about that earlier.
I'm not sure I've seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
How much simpler can you get than a solid blue airplane?
Well,
they simplified the logo. I remember
the logo no longer has red, white. It's blue.
Okay.
So there's no color. As everyone always said, it looks like the Pepsi logo.
Yeah, I know.
Not my words.
Yeah, no.
No longer looking like that. And so the tail is kind of bland. The blue is like a metallic blue. So it's no longer the baby blue. It's like a metallic-ish sky blue. But the thing I think a lot of people have a problem with, they got rid of the red. There's no red in the template. So all it is the dark blue on top of the metallic blue with a big words Korean on the side.
Okay. Well, no, I have not seen this yet. So
it's been coming here to LAX. It's on a 747. It's on a 777, A330, and a Dreamliner. The 747 is here pretty much every other day. So
okay.
If you ever come out here, I just missed later today, you'll see it.
But, well, and that, it sounds like, kind of like how Lufthansa simplified their logo.
Oh, yeah.
And,
well, this, I think, looks better than the new Lufthansa.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the new Lufthansa.
No.
But,
all right, let me get back to the super chats here real quick.
Oh! Rita is showing me.
Alyssa M with an awesome $50 super chat. Thanks so much, Alyssa. Says, hello, Kevin, sending you nothing but the best wishes on your special day. Both Rachel, Dominic, Rick and myself hope you enjoy your special day and making it the best of it. A little later, Tater, hope all is well and enjoying retirement.
Well, thank you.
Alyssa. You fall lady with that super chat. Appreciate that. Happy birthday, Kevin. Thank you for all that you do. My pleasure. And SWAT Cats back with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, SWAT Cats. April 22nd, 1985 in the USA, Pan Am sells its Pacific division to United Airlines for $750 million. Everything included regarding Pan Am, including routes and most of the company airplanes. Well, that was a steal.
Yeah, well, that's one of those names that it went away, and then it comes back from time to time. That the intellectual property gets. I don't know if there's somebody doing Pan Am right now, but I know
there is, and I don't think it has anything connected with United. I think someone actually bought the rights to the name and the logo.
Name and the logo, yeah. At one point, that was on. I think it was on ships or a railroad or
oh, really?
Yeah, which just goes to show how much name recognition that has, even now that the name and logo of an airline that basically ceased to exist a generation ago still, oh, and here goes Qatar.
It's the A350-1000 heading back to Doha, flight 750.
Yep. Neat thing about the 1000 series is it has more wheels than the 8s and the 9s.
Yeah. Going back to the name, American still owns the name TWA. They held on to that. It's interesting that United didn't hold on to Pan Am.
And I mean, there's probably some sort of a story there where maybe that wasn't part of the deal. Who knows?
Right. Well, that was a steal for $750 million in 1985.
Well, it's you would think, but what else did they get with that? Because because that was basically a bankruptcy sale, if I remember right. So
before that, I don't think United didn't have any flights to Asia at that point. Before they bought that,
I couldn't say honestly, but I wouldn't doubt it.
That was a good deal for United. Certainly, they're doubling down there in SFO.
Until Pan Am went away, they were basically the international carrier for the U.S. They did all the international stuff, and most of the international stuff that we see now has come since then. American and all their South America stuff. I think some of that may have been Pan Am stuff. I know Pan Am did stuff going south back in the day. But it's before that. There was, I'm not saying they had none, but there wasn't international like they do now. Delta going all these places, American, United going various places. Not to mention like JetBlue goes international. Alaska, I think, does a little bit of international. At one point, there was talk about Southwest doing some sort of international stuff. So, but we have Asiana pulling in next to Emirates. You can have three 380s in a row.
Yeah, it's flight 204 coming up from Seoul.
Yep.
Fire Aviation with a $2 super chat.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate that. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Thank you so much, Fire Aviation. Liam, that's a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Liam. Says so glad hearing Later Tater's voice back here.
Oh, well, thank you. You're welcome.
I'm not holding you up, am I?
No.
Okay.
No.
Erica, the super chat says happy birthday all the way from New Zealand, although it's the 23rd here now. Hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you for sharing it with us. How is the 23rd? It's been 1 year since the holy moly, the Lufthansa 747 hit the ground pretty hard. Do you believe that? Almost a year. A year tomorrow.
Oh, really? Okay.
April 23rd, 2024.
Wow. Time flies.
It
of an
does.
airport.
Absolutely.
Now here we have Swiss with their daily arrival.
It's flight 40 coming in from Zurich, 777 at 300 ER.
Yeah, they've operated a variety of airplanes here through the years also.
Yeah.
When I first got here, they had 340, 300s, and MD-11s.
Now, was that the current Swiss or the old Swiss?
Oh, I can't answer that question. It
So
was
the old
red and
one-
white. That's
Well, I think the old airline had a little brown in its tail or its livery, if you remember that one. I think it was Swiss Air, wasn't it? It was Swiss, called Swiss Air.
yeah, I
not just
remember there was
Swiss.
Swiss Air, but I don't remember that being what I was working. So that may have been before my time. I don't honestly remember the chronology of that. But
Well, they'll be heading to the gates of Tom Bradley. By the way, you also, what happened to your cupcakes? Oh, there's something over there. Is that for Rita?
yeah, Rita's guarding the cupcakes.
You originally brought some cupcakes
I did,
to the party.
yes. So,
Well, thank you.
but,
I thought it was Rita's birthday, too.
well, we have spares. So,
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
absolutely. Happy birthday.
Well, thank you.
Kevin
I don't want to hold you
5.0.
up. I feel like I'm holding you up from your day.
I'm retired now.
You're retired. Yeah, but there's a thing called LA traffic.
It's too late for that.
Oh, it's too late? Oh, jeez.
It's too late for that.
Well, it really screwed up your day now,
No,
Lady
not
Tater.
at all. Not at all.
All right, we do have a heavy Virgin
We have
Atlantic
something
flight
coming because I
141.
see the cameras getting out.
This is the A350-1000 coming in from London Heathrow.
Okay. Yeah, Virgin's neat because they have the 350s and the Dreamliners.
I'm sure you liked when they brought in the A340-600s back in the day, huh?
Way back in the they were at Terminal 2
Oh, yes.
back then, as was Air China, and at one point Hawaiian, and probably some other folks I'll think of later. But yeah, they had 340-600s, and they also had 74s.
Yeah.
744-400s, and one of the last of those 744-400s actually spent some time in Long Beach last year or the year before because it was being used by Virgin Galactic,
Right.
and they were running some stuff out of the Long Beach airport.
Looks like we also have Air China cargo, 777 freighter crossing over 25 left, heading to 25 right. The Emirates A380 Super
Starting to push.
pushing back. Now, there's always a chance that the A380 is taking off on the south side.
There
That
is.
has to do with weight, right? The only...
Well, assuming that everything's open, which we talked about earlier, but assuming there's no airport restrictions that force it one way or the other, it will be. The controllers default to 2-4 for that airplane because to get there requires like we were talking about before, no runway crossings. For that airplane to come to 2-5 left, it's going to have to cross both the runways in front of us here and then taxi on down.
Right.
And like we were talking about, anytime we can not cross a runway is an opportunity that we try to take. But if the pilot says, we need runway 25 left for operational reasons, as a controller, I'm not flying the plane. It's the pilot, it's his call. And there will be times where they're heavy, or the wind is not helping, or it's hot, or some combination of those things where they need the extra runway length of 25 left. And they said we need 25 left. Okay, then that's where you're going to go. And then it's our job as the controllers to make that work and come up with a plan that. And sometimes they don't get right out, because we have to build a hole for them to cross the runways.
Right.
We have to build another hole for them to depart. And sometimes if there's a lot of arrivals, and we don't control the arrivals until they call us. We can call the arrival controllers and say, hey, can you build me a hole? And they will, but depending on their traffic load, it may be 5 or 10 minutes before they can create a 10-mile gap in the traffic that they're sending to us so we can cross the runway. Because airplanes in the air pretty much take priority over airplanes on the ground. They have to. I mean, you think about it for a moment. There goes land, or perhaps Latam. You see the same paint job on 2 or 3 different call signs.
787-8 Dreamliner. I believe that is heading to Santiago. Flight 603. Up next, Air China Cargo, Flight 3126, heading to Shenzhen, a 777 freighter.
Okay. Generally, going to Shenzhen, ideally that airplane would be over there because of their normal route of flight. Would be, but the amount of extra work for everybody involved to get that airplane over there, unless there's some extreme circumstances, it's the juice not worth the squeeze. Basically, it's more work than it's worth, and particularly this time of day where things are starting to build, but we can keep that airplane over here and only cross these runways and then get rid of it instead of crossing these runways and then making the ground controllers, because both ground controllers would have to deal with it to get it to 24 left.
Right.
And there will be times when that has to happen, but we try not to. And so what will have happened is that the tower controller over here will have coordinated with the tower controller on the other side to make a hole for that airplane to go into. We call it a crossover, where the airplane on this side is crossing over into the airspace that the other tower controller uses. And so he's not taking somebody off right now. He's probably having arrivals cross his runway. He's got somebody maybe in position waiting to go, depending on what his traffic is. But he had to basically give away a hole for that airplane to go. And but it goes both ways, because there'll be times that the north side tower controller has an airplane that needs to go this way. And this tower controller has to, okay, your Southwest follows my American.
Right.
And it's, and it will be.
But this time of the day, we're getting into that. There's a lull. At about 4:30, 5 o'clock.
We're there, and so it would be an extreme case for that airplane to have had to make the trek all the way over there. That would be more likely to happen, honestly, fair in the morning, when there's a period in the morning where between like 8 to 10, 8 to 11-ish are some of the busiest hours, where particularly if the airspace we talked about earlier, where the military airspace is hot offshore, because that airplane, it would be on the route that has to deal with that, where that's a time when there's a better chance it would end up having to go over there to fit into the line of airplanes that were doing that.
Yeah.
But
I noticed a lot during East Flow, reverse ops. You'll see a lot of the cargo head to 6 rights, and that's just they'll go to make a bank to the left and head out.
They do.
Back over the ocean.
They're heading up north, whereas the guys over here will be making a climbing right turn, basically, and head back out that way.
Okay.
Excuse me. But generally when we're east traffic, there's much less of the crossover stuff, because it's not a procedure that we do that frequently, and so there's a lot less sort of being flexible with where airplanes are, just because it's just something that nobody is as practiced at as what we're doing right now.
Right.
And so when everybody's sort of rusty at it, you don't go off script.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to get back to the chat here real quick.
Yeah.
Richard Coles with the $5 super chat through PayPal says, great 2 days at SFO. Happy birthday, Kevin. Thank you so much, Richard.
Yeah.
Sue Vanderlip with a $50 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Sue. Says happy 50th birthday, Kevin. Thank you so much, Sue. Appreciate that. Craig Russell with a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Craig. Says happy birthday, Airline Videos, Kevin. Thank you so much, Craig. And 757 Ship back with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Ship. Says Kevin, please let the GOAT ATC controller that he should stop by on Sunday, May 11th this year in the next delivery of Bucky Treats. And happy birthday again, yes.
Wow.
Bucky Treats.
Bucky Treats.
May 11th.
All right. Well, that's something to look forward to. You always look forward to Bucky Treats.
Yeah, I still have not been to a Bucky's. I've got Bucky Treats, but I need to go to the actual Bucky's.
Well, I'm trying to think where you would go, because that's...
Well, they're going to open one outside of Phoenix within the next year.
Because I just drove through there a few days ago, and somewhere on the outskirts of Phoenix is a billboard saying Bucky's, year tour, 927 miles.
Yes, outside of Palm Springs. I saw that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's one in Palm Springs, Bucky's, 1400 or whatever it is. That's... it's great. It ain't that great. I mean,
will we ever see Bucky's here in California? They should build a Bucky's off the 5. I mean, there's a lot of people traveling between there.
Bucky's would make bank if they opened up on the 5.
Have you been to Harris Ranch up there?
Yeah,
I was there. We were there yesterday. 30 minutes at the barbecue place at the gas station. 30 minutes. Can you imagine the line of Bucky's for barbecue?
Oh yeah. You somewhere on the 5 would be somewhere about halfway between here and Vegas would be another
missed opportunity.
So well,
do you know anybody at Bucky's corporate office?
Yeah, Tater says.
So I think they're afraid to come to California, but
it's one of those. I think it's one of those kind of like In and Out has very gradually expanded out of California.
Yeah,
you kind of baby steps. If you're in Texas, you don't suddenly jump halfway across the continent.
Right.
So Phoenix is sort of like the front door.
Yes.
So
that's true.
The next one will be. Think if they did one like in Desert Center or somewhere on I-10 where there's absolutely nothing.
Yes, that would be great.
That would be
Blythe.
Blythe, Bishop.
Wait, say that again, Rita? Oh, maybe it's the gasoline. Maybe that's keeping them out.
But there's a refinery right here. Gasoline is not impossible in this state. It may be different, but
build a Bucky's without gasoline. You got all the snacks and the barbecue. You can
So
still make bank.
Oh, sure. So let's see. Where is Emirates going to go? Well, because
I'd bet all my cards on the north side at this point.
Probably, but because we're watching the players here. There's Cathay, there's Frontier, and then there's Emirates. You call it Emirates is heading up to the north. But the question was, so Frontier, because they had Frontier sidestep over here, so there was a 50-50 chance that Cathay was going to turn north behind where Emirates is now.
But so it's like a chess game, isn't it?
It is a chess game. The pieces are always kind of moving, which is what makes it interesting, what makes it challenging. At least on ground, you can tell somebody to stop. In the air, unless it's a helicopter, it doesn't work so well. They got to keep going. So you've got to constantly be thinking, if you're working airplanes in the air, thinking, miles and minutes ahead of where they are right now. Where are they going to be in a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes? And for some of the center controllers, you're thinking in terms of 10 minutes. Where's that airplane going to be in 10 minutes?
Right.
Who else is going to be there in 10 minutes, or might be there in 10 minutes?
I think I've asked you this question before, and we've been hearing a lot of it.
Okay.
And it just seems like the controllers are always annoyed by this when it happens.
We're annoyed with everything.
Police choppers, let's say there's a high-speed pursuit, it's in downtown or near the South Central or whatever. The North Tower has to deal with all those helicopters.
The North Tower
Don't they have enough already to deal with?
They do, a lot of times. And if we have an extra body, there will be times where we open up, because we have a separate helicopter position.
Right, that's what
most of the time it's combined to the North Tower, but it doesn't have to be. It basically comes down to workload and staffing. If we start, and a police chase is the thing that's most likely to get helicopters opened if it wasn't already.
Right.
Because the amount of workload that can be associated with that. Because you've got the police helicopter, sometimes there's 2 police helicopters, and then there's the swarm of media copters that follow them around. And the media choppers will normally kind of self-separate, but you still end up with the stack of helicopters that sometimes 1,000 feet. The police helicopters will be at the bottom, and then you've got TV, right? Sort of following them around, and that's fine until they get, like you were talking about, the 110 freeway, and you've got airplanes on final, or worse, the 405.
Yeah.
And there are times you get a police chase on the 405, and every now and then the gap in the final just works out where you can let the police guy fly through, but an awful lot of the times you just can't.
There was I won't say who it was, but it was about a month ago, so it was you were long gone by that point, but they were flying near South Central, and apparently they wouldn't allow a news helicopter to get to the scene, though everyone else was already there, so they missed it. And apparently they were very upset with the tower because they wouldn't let them in, and I thought, well, geez, come on now, really? I mean, you're talking about the safety of the airspace here.
Well, and not knowing the situation and all, but I can see, and there were times where I was that controller, and I would let 1 in, but it's like, I can't do 4. So whoever gets here first can be in the magic spot. There'll be times that they want to be in the middle of the airport. And frankly, the controllers hate that.
Oh, when they hover
when there's a helicopter hovering in the middle of the airport. And
really? They don't like that?
No, because it's a target that you have to miss. And, like that go around earlier where normally, hello, Stripey. Normally, our go-arounds when we're west traffic like this would be at 2,000 feet. That one we saw was at 3, probably because he was already there or close to it when they initiated it. But there have been several times where I've told somebody maintain 2,000, but they've already started climbing, and it takes them a moment to catch up with the fact that the plane is already blasted through their assigned altitude. And there are times that it's like, as a controller, it's okay, never mind, just maintain 3,000. And you just, there's no point trying to force them back down because, at that point, especially if you've got somebody midfield, now you've got another conflict as he's coming back down from 3 to 2. And here's this guy at 2,500 in between. And so it's you've got to, and normally from the tower, I can't see that guy, so I've got to remember he's there because I can't see him out the window.
So they hover right in, and we're talking about, and I've seen this played out many times, if there's an alert 2 or something here at LAX, a news chopper will request basically hover. Is it right over the tower?
Basically, that's where they want to be, is over the terminal complex.
Okay.
And there were times I would assign the chopper, basically you can be between the 2 towers.
Okay.
And then it got to the point where I had to be specific that it's that tower and not this tower.
Yes.
You know. And that's basically because at one point, you know, there was a helicopter pilot who kind of, maybe he misunderstood, maybe he just thought he could get away with something, I don't know, but I do remember looking up one time and it was like, whoa, that's not where I told you to go. And so, you know.
But only one can hover like that, right?
Yeah, I mean.
Is that like the prime spot as a news chopper? That is prime spot?
Oh, that's the prime spot. And as a, you know, when I was working that, I let one be there.
Yeah.
But there's normally 3 or 4. And it's like, no, you know. And so you'd have the other ones sort of just north of the airport over there, or just south of the airport over here, because there's airspace on both sides where they can get down to, you know, 1,000 feet above the ground or whatever. And they have a, you know, but.
I mean, how does that? Because we can never hear. We can't hear on what we hear. We can't hear the pilots of the news choppers or anything like that.
No, they're normally on the other. They're normally on the other frequency. Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
You know.
How does that not surprise me?
No, and it's, I mean, I will admit, as a controller, they have just as much right as any of these other operators. I mean, it's, you know, the way we are supposed to work is first come, first served.
Yeah.
And, oh, is that your uncle again?
I don't know who's calling.
So,
I've never had this many phone calls in years.
Well, 5.0 apparently.
There we go.
So, but obviously, a helicopter taking pictures does not have the same weight or significance as a 380 with 400 people on board. I mean, there's got to be some value judgments made there. The helicopter pilot probably is going to have a different opinion because his job is what his job is.
Right.
And so, you know, it's, as the controller, I mean, unless the helicopter pilot declares an emergency or something where, okay, you know, that's, you know, if it's an emergency, then all bets are off. The pilot basically can do whatever. But you're going to have a hard time justifying your emergency so you can take pictures.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's...
Well, I guess I asked you the question is, you guys have enough to deal with, and then you got to deal with all of them. And it seems to happen quite often because most of the police chases and breaking news is over in that airspace over there.
It is. Well, because you figure our airspace for the finals basically is over a huge chunk of LA. And so, yeah, I mean, there's a decent chance. The really entertaining ones is when the chase ends up coming into the airport.
Oh, yeah.
Which has happened a few times over the years. And that's, you know, I can remember one time where that happened, and we let the chopper come in with them. And so there's, I'm looking down from the control tower. I'm looking down at the top of a police helicopter.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Well, because they basically had to stay over the roadway. I mean, there was not a lot of room for them to monkey around. But
that wasn't the one from a couple of years ago, was it? With the truck blew the tire, went into the horseshoe. We caught that. We were up at the H Hotel that day.
I don't remember anything other than looking down on this helicopter. It's like, okay, this is how often, you know, do you get to look down on a flying helicopter?
Yeah.
So, but that's I mean, those guys. I mean, particularly the law enforcement helicopters. There are times that they've got to be pretty close to the deck, particularly if we're in east traffic where they have to be lower because they're going to be under the airplanes taking off, and I can't guarantee where that taking off airplane's going to be. When we're arriving like we are now, all these airplanes are basically on a prescribed glide path, and so you know where the airplane should be, and you can let the helicopter under because okay, the airliner should be at 1,200 feet at this point.
Yeah.
So I can safely have the helicopter beneath him, and of course that only works up to a certain point. And eventually you're too close to the airport, and in that case you have a situation where the helicopter comes in until the next arrival comes in, and you shoo them out. They step out, the airplane flies through, you let them come back until the next airplane comes, and that's a lot of back and forth. And there's a lot of opportunities for that to go sideways, where hopefully not as severe as what happened in D.C., but basically the helicopter we're telling the helicopter, okay, maintain visual separation with that, whatever it is, that arriving airplane, and, behind that airplane you may proceed, and quite possibly there'll be a wake turbulence advisory in there as well. And it's on the helicopter pilot to take care of business. But we have to monitor the operation and make sure he does what we're expecting him to do. And sometimes it doesn't work out that way.
Well, it's quite the job.
Yeah, it is.
They have up there, that's for sure. All right, so we do have Kaleta Air pushing back that flight heading to Seoul, flight 894, pushing back on Alpha, and then I think we will probably wrap up today's show right after that.
Yeah, because we just missed, that was China Southern that just, while I was talking there.
Went short.
Well, yeah.
And just as well as this FedEx 767,
Well, FedEx almost always does. I mean, I think the only time FedEx has exited way down here is when they had horses on board.
We were there that Sunday for that.
Yeah.
Well, it's coming up to the Kentucky Derby time. Maybe we'll see it again this year.
Well, I mean, it's, you can FedEx your horse. It happens. So, and I do recall working a Kaleta one time. It was a 74 that was going to Hawaii, and he said, we got livestock on board. It was in the remarks section of the flight plan. We got livestock on board. And it was one of these overnight ships. And I said, what do y'all get? They had 200 dairy cows on that airplane. 200? They were flying basically an entire dairy farm from here to Hawaii. So if you're in Hawaii drinking milk, your cow probably flew in.
Wow.
So yes, you can FedEx your horse and you can airlift your dairy farm.
Do you think that happens more often than we think?
Probably. Just because, I assume that the whole plane was the dairy farm.
Yeah. Can you imagine the cleanup after that?
Geez.
Clean up.
Yeah, well, I mean, and normally livestock is kind of containerized, where there are special containers that, for transporting livestock, so they're not, it's not like Noah's Ark where you're leading them up the ramp one by one by one.
But the smell alone.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you would want to get in there with a pressure washer. I don't know that you could, as an aside, one of the most corrosion-prone parts of an airliner is the structure directly adjacent to and beneath the lavatories.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, all that plumbing.
Plumbing. So, imagine 200 cows.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah. So, the upside is they're all milk cows. So, that's you want milk. You want some milk on your flight to Hawaii. They had you covered. So.
Well, they're probably well-behaved cows. The milk cows, they're kind of just laid back. Not the bulls,
we did have. I do remember an incident one time where a steer, not a bull, but a steer, got loose on the airport. How that came to happen, I don't know, but it basically shut down. I remember.
Oh, that's right. I remember you telling the story, because I thought, didn't I say that it could be a job for you here at the airport?
Yeah, you need cowboys. Yeah, you need cowboys at LAX for the livestock. But yeah, that was a crazy thing. So, and it took a while because there's a shocking lack of cowboys in this vicinity.
Yeah, go
who
figure.
knew? Yeah. So, well, Rodeo Drive, not the right kind of cowboy.
Yeah,
So,
no. That's true. All right,
Yeah.
back to the chat real quick. Matt, Phoenix to DCA with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Matt. Says happy birthday, Kevin. It was great hanging out with you and Rudy, and Renette in SFO.
Oh, hey.
See you at the H for the 24 hours of AVL. We had a lot of fun. Well, that pretzel was good, wasn't it, Matt? Sure was. Thank you so much, Matt. JBLEX Videos with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, JBLEX Videos. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Great way to be celebrating the big 5-0. Question for later, Tater. Did you prefer working on the south side, the 2.5s, or the north side at 2.4s?
Yes. Well, and it's a valid question because it's not the same operation. The north side 2.4s, like we said, a lot of times as a tower controller, you're also dealing with the helicopters. And quite frankly, the helicopters could take you right down the tube sometimes because of the amount of talking back and forth and frequency congestion. And because they're on a different frequency than the airport traffic, they can be talking over each other and they don't even know it. The helicopter doesn't hear anything, so I can just call up, because he doesn't realize that you're listening to somebody on the other frequency who's maybe telling you something really important. So that was always kind of a challenge, and there were times where I would actually put one of the frequencies not in my ear, where I'd have the helicopters like in the loudspeaker, where I could hear they were calling, but they wouldn't block the airliner that is on final.
Wow.
So, that part of the operation could sometimes be more challenging. The ground control operation usually when all the taxiways are open was a slightly simpler operation because you just have less over there than you do over here. The ground controller over on the north side has the north side and sometimes has the remote gates down at the very west end there. Sometimes that's actually a third ground controller that has the remote gates and this stuff here on taxiway Alpha. We can divide it that way where there's 3 ground controllers, and that's how we'll subdivide it. But the ground controller over here, what we call ground 1, that has the south side of the terminal, and normally taxiway Alpha is also that controller, and that can get pretty busy a lot of times. And that's for a lot of controller trainees at LAX. The ground control over here is the make or break position. If you make it through here, you probably are going to make it. But not everybody does.
Interesting.
We lost 1 or 2 last year before I left. This ground control was just, and it nearly did me. When I was training here, I almost, this ground control position I almost didn't make it.
So what you're telling me is, instead of the south tower, I should be listening to south ground over here,
absolutely. There are times that you'll hear way more on ground control than you will on the tower.
Now, what kind? Are we talking? What kind of? Are we talking about drama?
Sometimes, sometimes yes, because there's more back and forth with airplanes. That the tug drivers can be very interesting because, and the pushback operations can be interesting because you've got an American controller talking to a pilot whose first language is not English, who is having to relay instructions to his tug driver, whose first language is also not English, but also is not the same first language as the pilot's. And so, it becomes a game of telephone almost, where, I issue the instructions and sometimes it works out, and sometimes it's like, well, that's not what I meant. And sometimes that situation of that's not what I meant means that no, you can't. You give a whole other game of back and forth because they have to fix it.
Yeah.
And then there's times where as a ground controller is like, well, that's not what I meant, but I can work with that. So we just let it roll because it's easier than trying to
do all
the
over
other
again.
stuff.
Yeah.
And that easier decision a lot of times comes down to like the airport restrictions. If a 380 pushes the wrong way, there's the only fix for that is for them to push it again. But you know, if a 320 or a 737 or a 75 or even a 76 in most cases pushes facing the wrong way, you have options. You know, there are definitely places where you can get into a box if the airplane's facing the wrong way. It's like, well, you can't go that way. But, you know, and that's part of what makes that job sometimes really challenging is that you have a mental picture of what's happening and what's going to happen. And you look out the window and
it's not happening.
Oh, there they go. That's the one we saw come in, or I saw come in when I first got here, I think. Talk about plain Jane.
Plain.
That's your generic airplane right there. White plane and a registration number. And that's pretty much it.
Sarah, the big deal. Back with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Sarah. Says happy birthday, 5.0 Kevin. Later Tater, it's great to have you here.
Thank you.
We had a Later Tater fan club here.
Oh,
We're
wow.
still excited to see you. Later, it is a hassle for ATC. Oh, is it a hassle for ATC for early arrivals? You just send them to the beach, right?
Yeah, well, because it's, I mean, as a controller, I talk to the airplane when it shows up. Until it shows up or it calls me, not much I can do with it. I may know it's coming, or I may know it's there, or I may wish it was there. But yeah, they show up early. And you generally don't want to show up early at LAX because what you alluded to, there may not be a gate for you.
Yeah.
Because all the gates are scheduled. Whether by the airport or by the airline that operates their own. But they've got a schedule where, you know, Flight 1 leaves this gate at 9:30.
Yeah.
Flight 2 parks on that gate at 9:45 or 9:40 or 9:35 or whatever. But, you know, that's ideally how it works. If Flight 2 shows up 20 minutes early, Flight 1 is still boarding, but they don't want to move the early flight to another gate because it starts this cascade of things that have to change. You know, for instance, all the passengers waiting to get on that Flight 2's outbound, whatever that is, Flight 3, are now at the wrong gate. So is all their luggage. So is the catering truck. So is the fuel. All that stuff is now in the wrong place. And to move all of it at the last minute to some other gate, even if it's just the gate next door, you get into this big logistics nightmare. And of course, the gate next door was supposed to be Flight 4, who now shows up in wherever they go. And it dominoes. And imagine, I mean, the crazy job for me would be the scheduling folks at the airlines who have to try and put this all back together on one of those summer days where there's thunderstorms in the Midwest and airplanes are delayed for hours and they divert to places because they ran out of gas. And now the plane's in the wrong place, the flight crew's in the wrong place, the passengers are all in the wrong place, and somehow you've got to put all that back together so the next morning the flight schedule is basically back to what it needs to be. And
I think there's some people out there that love that. They love it.
Because
those are the people that should be doing that.
Well, I hope they are, because that is a monumental task.
Yes, it is.
And some of those folks do an amazing job. I think probably the best example of that was the Southwest meltdown a few years ago, where all their communications and computer systems basically died or whatever happened. And so there were flight crews that would show up, and they don't have a plane. They're supposed to fly on to somewhere else. The plane's not here. The passengers are here. Or the plane shows up, but the flight crew for that plane is still stuck somewhere else. And so you've got an airplane with no pilots. You've got a pilot with no plane. You've got passengers who just want to get to wherever they're going. And then you get into, not to mention the whole thing, if the pilot just can't keep flying all day long. They have crew limitations, just like controllers have duty time limitations. And at some point, you've got a perfectly good pilot here, but he's been working since, yesterday. And it's like, I would love to fly you to Omaha, but I can't because, I'm out of duty time. And now you've got to figure out, how to get them, and they not even be where they're supposed to be when they ran out of duty time. They were supposed to overnight in Palm Springs, but they're in Buffalo, and so now you're scrambling, and some of those folks are scrambling just to get a hotel for their overnight for their duty rest period because they weren't, maybe not even in a place where they normally overnight pilots. But
it's amazing. We've toured we've toured the operations department for United here at LAX. Now they just do the logistics of more of the gates and the operation here at LAX. Also toured kind of like, it looks like a newsroom. It kind of reminds you of a newsroom. The operation at Amazon. With their airline there in Cincinnati. Now they deal with the whole airline there in Cincinnati. That was pretty amazing to see. Now we are going to be also touring one major airline at their major operations center in early May. So this will be very interesting. We're getting an inside look at these operations centers of these airlines. It's really interesting.
There's a lot of behind the scenes.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we were talking about mods earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, think of all the. I mean, there's so many people behind the scenes of that airliner that you never. I mean, you think about the baggage handlers, you think about the ticket agents. You don't think about all the behind the scenes people, the dispatchers and all the other stuff it takes to get that airplane off the ground.
Absolutely.
And it's amazing any of it works.
By the way, just after the top of the hour, just after 5 p.m. here local time, it's officially 5:09. We're going to be wrapping things up here shortly. We do have the special livery Finnair coming in from Helsinki. We do have a 777 also going to be taking off here on the south side. Of course, it's my birthday. 50 here today. Joined by Later Tater joining me here today. Thank you. It's a good thing you came here today because I don't know if I would have had anything to talk about or show. It's been a kind of slow day here at LAX.
I'm pretty sure you would have managed. You've been doing this for a minute.
Well, thank you.
There's always something to see at LAX.
That is true.
There really is. That's one of the neat things about being here is that you never know what you're going to see next.
That is true.
So,
well, thank you for joining me here today.
Oh, it was my pleasure.
It's been a lot of fun. I think a lot of people always learn something new when you come on the show.
Well, that's nice. I mean, I'm always glad to share.
China Airlines cargo 777 freighter now rolling down 25 right. Also, Norse arriving on the north side.
Oh, no, they don't. So,
what was Rita saying over there? What, Rita?
Rita was saying.
Yes, Rita. Rita was saying what? Yeah. Yes.
There are a lot of teachers in my family, so I guess I'm just following family tradition.
Not everyone is a teacher. That's a good trait to have there, though.
This is true, actually. But
I can never be a teacher. Oh, I can never be a teacher. Don't ever ask me how to do any of this, Tater. I won't know.
A plane coming into LAX, what they have to kind of go through.
Back to the chat real quick. Bev A, one of great mods with a 50 Canadian dollar super chat. Thank you so much, Bev A. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Have a fantastic evening. Enjoy. Thank you so much, Bev A. One of our great mods. Thank you so much, Bev. Lukey with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Lukey. This is saying hello from Nashville. A drink on me for your birthday. Well, thank you so much. Good to see you a few weeks ago. Allegra. The $19.75. I like that. $19.75.
Oh,
Happy
nice.
birthday, Kevin.
Very nice.
Is fabulous. Have a great year. Thank you. Oh, it's not even showing up. There it is.
There we go.
$19.75 super chat. 1975, the year I was brought into this world. Love the special livery with Finnair, their A350.
Yeah, they just got the one, don't they?
I think they have a couple other special liveries, but nothing like this.
No, just that one. Is that? Yeah.
They have some cartoons. I can't remember the name of
I
them.
haven't seen those, but that's the sad thing about some of the international airlines that have special liveries. You only get to see the ones that are on the airplanes to go.
Yes.
So, like, I know there's at least one Qantas 737 that has a special livery. We'll never see
retro.
it here unless
we'll never see that.
happens to be,
well, not even
ferried through.
But it's not even that. I mean, we were in San Francisco over the weekend on Saturday. We saw a Turkish A350-900 with a 400th logo on it.
Oh, okay.
We never saw it here at LAX. Never saw it. We get the A350-900s here, so it's interesting.
And I have seen a special Turkish of some sort here.
Yes,
but it wasn't
a couple
that
on their 777, but it's interesting how, Emirates, look at Emirates. They
used to have a whole bunch of interesting, and since, I hate to say,
they
since
do.
the pandemic,
They do now, but they don't send them here.
Yeah, they're just not here.
Yeah.
And of course, thinking of the 380s and the all Nippon 380s.
Oh,
they only go to Hawaii. You know, we don't get to see them here.
Yeah.
They come, they bring, Dreamliners and stuff here.
Well, that's why we have to bring the show on the road. So
Yeah.
we gotta show everyone all these planes.
Well, and you've got fans around the world, and that's why. So, because there's airplanes everywhere.
There are, thankfully, yes. All right, I want to make sure I get to your last remaining super chats here before we call it a day. Michael Rogers with the super chat. Thanks so much, Michael. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Hi, Later Tater. Always great to hear the inner workings of LAX. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, my pleasure.
From one Kevin to another, happy birthday. Thank you so much, Kevin. Appreciate that. All right, let me double check one thing here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice.
Can we take off Q5 right now?
It is pretty.
Mons, am I okay? I feel like I may have missed a super chat, so I want to make sure I
No.
haven't screwed up anything here.
We didn't mean to. No, just Rita's showing me the new Korean 7.4 livery.
Oh, yes.
It is pretty. It's, if you compare it to the old, it's like, I can see where it's, in some ways, lacks the
you have to see it in person. That's all I got to say.
The extra splash of color. I mean, it's very clean. It's a very clean design. I like the blue.
It's not. You got to see it in person. It just when the sun shines on it, it's beautiful.
So, well, that's nice.
We have a last minute super chat from our friend Mike.
Hey, Mike.
YQR with a $50 Canadian super chat. Thank you so much, Mike. Says happy birthday, Kevin. Hello, famous Tater. Sorry, I missed you later. Tater jumped out of the birthday cake. Did I miss that as well?
Oh, it was the cupcakes. So.
Yeah, speaking of the cupcakes, what are they doing sitting on the ground over there? We have ants up in here, Rita.
Save some for later. The party's all night long.
All
I'm
night
glad
long,
there's at least one Canadian that doesn't hate us, at least for a minute. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry.
Well, we got to take these out of here.
So, but... I had to do cupcakes this time because I didn't have enough advance warning to...
Whoops! Oh, they smell good.
My son
Now that smells like a birthday.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Oh,
They got
looks like we
sprinkles and everything.
another heavy taken off. Would you like one?
No, those are yours.
Oh, they're all mine.
Oh, yeah. You know.
Sorry, Rita, you don't get any either.
Oh!
No! No, it's my birthday party.
It's birthday.
Y'all get a cupcake.
Everybody, cupcakes for everybody.
Everyone gets a cupcake.
All
All
right.
right.
I'll be heavy. So.
Yes, tell me about it. Yes. All right. Well, thanks for joining me here today.
Oh, it was my pleasure. Thank you very much for having me. Congratulations. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
5.0. Runway 50. Clear for takeoff.
There we go. Cleared for takeoff. Let's do it.
All right.
Rita, thanks for joining us here today. And thanks all of you at home for tuning in here today. Thank you so much for your awesome support as we enter 5.0. Kevin 5.0. Tomorrow's another day. All right. So our next live broadcast is High Top DH Hotel on Friday. Next show. And then we'll be back here in Imperial Hill on Sunday for the big Sunday show. Rudy will be back with me. And then next week's a whole nother week. But we have a lot of special stuff in store for you in the coming weeks and months. Mods, thank you so much. Thanks for all that you
great
do.
job, y'all.
By the way, we have a new mod. I don't know if you guys knew. Super 80 and Adrian.
Welcome aboard
to the mod squad. Thank you so much, Adrian. Adrian, I don't know how you do it, but we appreciate all the work that you guys do. Thank you so much. Rudy, thanks for the cookies.
Oh, yeah, that's
Matt,
great.
thanks for coming down and dropping those off. Those are awesome cookies. It does such a good job. Thanks to everyone sending mail my way. I'm glad the Christmas card finally arrived from Christina. That was quite the moment. So thanks, you guys. I really appreciate it. I can't think of anything better than spending it here with you guys here on my birthday. So thanks, you guys, for tuning in.
Yeah.
And me to wish you a happy birthday, which I haven't done.
Oh, Rita now.
Yeah,
After 6 hours of standing over here, finally
saving the
wishes
best
me a
for
happy
last.
birthday. Thank you, Rita. Thank you. And thanks, you guys.
Yeah.
We'll see you all on Friday, high atop the H Hotel. All right, I'm going to have you hold those real quick.
Yeah. Here's the lid.
I was going to have you do the chipmunk, but I wouldn't do that to
No.
you.
I couldn't possibly usurp Rudy's.
I have done it a few times.
No.
It was on the top of my mind there.
No, I don't even know
I'm not
the
going to do that
words.
to you.
It would have. It'd have to be karaoke where you follow the little dot.
No, I never put that pressure on you.
No.
Tater.
No, I can't carry a tune in a bucket. That's why I play viola.
And usually karaoke. It's done a little differently. Here, it's done like this.
Yeah, right.
Yes, later, Tater, your emoji is not going anywhere.
Yay! It's tater time.
Oh, Tater Time's still there too. Oh yeah.
Oh, is it?
Oh yes.
Merchandise.
Well, you got to come back for Camp AVL on June 20th.
June 20th.
Camp AVL.
So that's a great way to start the summer.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
A little barbecue and some s'mores and.
Can you barbecue up there, or they just bring you
Oh
barbecue?
no, we're gonna have barbecue.
Okay. I mean, you got to.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Right, thanks, you guys. We'll see you all on Friday. From all of us here at AirLineVideos Live. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
y'all.
Thanks
Later,
for
taters.
joining. Happy birthday to me. Oh, boy. All right, we'll see you guys. All right, the BTS is still up. We will shut that down.
Oh, that was my good side.
That's I don't know how close you were to that. I didn't even look.
I was probably standing right in front of it most of the time, so.
I wasn't too bad. You still had headroom.
3215, runway target estimate, wind 220 at 11, just 20, runway 25
All right.
left,
All right.
about 2,000.